Hello, everybody. Is this working? Can you hear me? I better even check it on my own phone and see if this is working. Let's see. I need to prove to myself this is working. No. It does seem to be working. Okay, so, all right. Is this going to work? Hold on. Now I have to see if this is going to work. Now that's not working, so we need to do this. Hold on. See if this works. That seems to be working. That's Beirut. Okay, so I greatly apologize that we were just delayed. Is there a sound issue? Is there a sound issue? Somebody said the sound is glitchy? That we were just delayed. Is there a sound issue? It sounds fine to me. Is there something wrong with the sound? Everybody else is saying the sound is good. Everybody's saying the sound is good. So I don't know why the person said it's glitchy. Okay. I apologize for the delay. So as many of you know, I was traveling yesterday, so we couldn't be on the air yesterday. I am in Chicago for a work conference for the channel, which starts on Sunday or Monday or something like that. But I got here a little early just to get set up. But I'll still be able to do news coverage while I'm here. But I need to go to this conference I think it'll help the channel, and I'm hoping it'll help with the content of the channel. So it's for the good of the channel. But as always happens, whenever I travel and I set up my portable studio somewhere, you think it's going to just work because it's the same setup I always use. But there's always things that for some reason don't work that you don't figure out until you actually try to stream. And once again, I tried to stream and there was this crazy thing which you never would have thought wouldn't work, and it took me 40 minutes to figure it out, but I finally figured it out. So it just always happens. It's unavoidable. But now we're live again. So I'm in Chicago. Let's hope that's the only thing. I warn you in advance, there could be other things. But hopefully that's the only thing. So I apologize. But who knows what'll happen today, because it's my first time streaming from this location. And I know there's a lot of news to catch up on. I haven't even looked at the news in like an hour because I've been dealing with fixing this. So I will try to get caught up here on everything. And I see there's a camera in Tel Aviv, I guess, but I don't really see much damage on the camera. So I don't even know what happened. I got to check myself and catch myself up. There were cluster munitions that struck Tel Aviv, I guess, from a missile attack. Oh, yes. So Manny Fabian said at least 6... Is this going to work? At least 6 submunitions from an Iranian ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead struck central Israel. Rescue services say one bomblet killed a man in his 60s who was not in his bomb shelter. I didn't know that. That's terrible. Condolences to the man's family. Another submunition hit a residential building and lightly wounded 2 men in their 50s. The Fire and Rescue Service said it handled a total of 6 impact sites where damage was caused to buildings. So somebody was killed in Israel from this missile attack. All right. Now I have another feed. President Trump is speaking. I think he's giving a speech at the Future Investment Institute. So is he talking about Iran right now? Let me just see what he's saying. Hold on. Give me a moment here. What I need to do is do this. I think he's talking about Iran.
To me,
right
that's
now.
the number one stat. More Americans are working today by
Oh,
far
no, he's
than
not.
at any time in the history.
I'll keep an eye on this. We can always go back and watch it after. I think he talked about Iran some before. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. I want to focus on the other stuff. Now, why is this not working right? Hold on. Something else isn't working now. Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong? Let's see. Give me a moment. Okay, that should be working. For some reason, that's not doing anything. How about this? That's working. Weird. Very weird. Okay, something else is acting strange. We'll have to keep an eye on that. This is working. And, all right. Let me just see in terms of the other feeds I have. There's a Tel Aviv, but not much is happening on that stream. And there's maybe I'll put the Tel Aviv aftermath stream on. Maybe I'll do that. Tel Aviv aftermath stream, if I can. All right, so that would be this one. Is it this one? That's small. That's not the one we want. We want this there. That's aftermath. It's Tel Aviv. Aftermath of, I guess, one of the cluster munitions hitting, I think. Well, for the moment, I'll put it up there. We'll get caught up on everything. I just got to get organized here. Okay, so again, that is aftermath at the top there in Tel Aviv following a missile attack. I want to mention a different story here. We're going to get to everything. We'll get to everything. See here, this is, I think this is going to be more, I did that again. Hold on a second here. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Why does it not do this? Check out one thing. You seeing this in Israel here? Okay. All right. So we're looking at that. An ambulance went away. I'll try to get you updated. I want to mention this Saudi Arabia. 10 U.S. service members wounded, 2 seriously, and several U.S. refueling aircraft damaged. All right, that I don't want to leave on the screen. I think they were showing maybe a body. I don't know, but I don't want to leave it on and check. What just happened there? There's a sheet covering stuff. They just showed a sheet on the ground. I didn't know that was going to happen. That's why I turned it off. All right, well. You couldn't see a body, you could see a sheet. So that again, I didn't see it before. That's in Tel Aviv. All right, the Wall Street Journal is reporting 10 U.S. service members injured in a Saudi airbase strike, including 2 seriously. And also several U.S. refueling aircraft were damaged. That is from the Wall Street Journal, okay? We're going to talk about this more. I just saw that update. Let me tell you this again. This is from the Wall Street Journal. This is new today. The Wall Street Journal reports that there was an Iranian missile that hit the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia today. 10 U.S. service members were injured, 2 seriously, and several U.S. refueling aircraft were damaged. The attack also involved drones. That is new. New report from the Wall Street Journal. The injured service members were inside a building on the base that was struck in the attack. At least one missile struck the base as well as several drones. Wow. I can't show that Tel Aviv shot anymore because they have a sheet on the ground. There's a sheet on the ground in Tel Aviv, so I can't show that. There was a person who died not in their shelter in the latest missile attack in central Israel. So there's a sheet on the ground. I don't know if that's the body, but I'm not showing it. All right, so what I need to do is get rid of this. No, that's not the one. Where is the one that's up there? Okay, that's Beirut. That's Beirut. Hang on, there's too much happening. One thing at a time. So I'm not going to show the sheet on the ground. The thing I might show is just the standard shot of Tel Aviv, which is over here. Okay, I can see that. Let me put that on the screen for you if I can. No. Okay. That worked. There's Tel Aviv. All right, let me just take a second. Just give me 1 second here. Somebody said there was a pre-alert. Excuse me. I will get that in a second. By the way, the missile strike on the base in Saudi Arabia was the second time that base has been hit during the war. Give me 1 more second. Sorry. Just hang on 1 second. Where is everything here? Okay, I got that posted. Now, people are mentioning pre-alert. Yes, there is a early warning. Hold on, right here. Here is the early warning. You can see the stuff in red. It's early warning. Southern Israel. Missile alerts for southern Israel. Southern Israel right now. Those are missile alerts for southern Israel. I don't have a camera there, but you can see it on the map from so far red alert. There are the missile alerts for southern Israel. No, there is no alert in Dimona right now. They had a pre-alert, but it's this all these areas in here. Again, I don't have a camera there. Hold on. Give me one moment here. Hang on. Just give me a moment. Gotta plug that in. Okay. Sorry. Double sound? No one else is saying double sound. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'll have to check Israeli media to see what is actually going on with these missile alerts and how many missiles we're talking about and if any of them hit. You can see it stretches. They're the current ones right now. Okay, people said the sound is fine. I got to check some other things too. Some people are saying something happened in Toronto, so I need to check that for a second. All right, let me just give me a moment here. Let me just check a couple things. So I'll let you know what I'm hearing. I don't have a camera for southern Israel for those alerts. I am seeing... There's a fire on the roof of a building in downtown Toronto. That's what is happening. There's a fire on the roof of a building in downtown Toronto. No injuries at this time. According to CP24. The building is under construction. The building is under construction, according to CP24. It's a fire on the roof of an under construction building in Toronto. That's what's going on there, according to CP24. Hopefully they can get that taken care of soon. Now, some people are mentioning the oil price. Isn't the market closing in... Didn't the market close? Didn't the oil market price close at 6 or 5? because it's Friday. Yeah, the oil market closed at 5 p. I don't know that, guys. I don't know that I don't know if some people are looking at, say, some sort of crypto market or something where people are trading some sort of oil futures. I'm not aware that I'm not aware that there is some sort of aftermarket market for oil that is seen as a reliable indicator of the actual market. Okay, so people are saying this is going on with oil, but again, from what I understand, it's not. There's no reliable market that people look to and say, oh, that's a good indication of what would happen if the market were still open. Now, I don't know what's going on, but just to be clear, the regular oil markets stop trading at 5 Eastern on Friday, and they don't open until 6 Eastern on Sunday p.m. Brent crude today was up about 4%, and it's about 112. WTI crude was up about 5%, and it's about 100. Let me just see what is happening after. Hold on. What is this? Okay, hang on a moment. What happened with the latest missile attack? Can we find that out? Where did this go? Why is this not working? Let me check and see what we're seeing. Okay, now something else isn't working that should be working. That's not good. Oh, I see what's happening here. I think I see what's happening here. I see. Okay. I think it figured it out. Did that work? Hold on. Okay, hold on. As usual, when I travel, stuff stops working that should be working, and I need to fix it on the fly. As usual. So that's happening today as well. Here is the... That's working. Why is this not working? Ah, I see. All right, one moment. Let's see if I can fix this. Now will it work? That works. I got it to work. Okay, it's fixed. Okay, now regarding the latest missile attack, I haven't seen anything here from Israel about it. No calls have been received at the MDA hotline about this latest missile attack in southern Israel. No reports of injuries. I've seen one Israel news account I follow, Flash News, says the missile was intercepted. Okay. before we do anything else, let me just thank our moderators for being here and thank a couple other people. Again, thanks for bearing with me. I am in Chicago for a work channel-related conference. So please bear with me if stuff doesn't work. That's why I couldn't be on the air yesterday. I was traveling. And I was late today because I was fixing things that were not working. Okay, now I want to thank our moderators. We have Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. We have Roberts May Queen moderating. Thank you. They're still showing the sheet on the ground. I have this live shot from Tel Aviv, but I can't show it. It appears to be the aftermath of a place where there was somebody who was reported killed in this. In the last few hours, there was a cluster missile, and a number of sub-munitions exploded in central Israel. And apparently a person was killed, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. And I think we may have the shot from the aftermath, but they keep showing the sheet on the ground, so I can't show that. So I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, so, but thank you to our mods on YouTube who I just thanked. I really appreciate it. Thank you also to our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Oh, they picked the sheet up. There was nothing under the sheet. There was nothing under the sheet. They just picked the sheet up. Hold on a second. What just happened? Well, that was weird. See, the guy just literally, he picked the sheet off the ground. There's the sheet. They're putting the sheet in the truck. That was really weird. The sheet was just on the ground, then he just picked it up. You can see the sheet in the truck. Okay, so anyways, if you were watching before, we did not see a body on the ground. This is Tel Aviv here. It's supposed to be Tel Aviv. Put some audio on here. Now, why is this not... Oh, I see. It's a place where a missile hit, or a missile submunition hit. But again, it's very strange. Thank you, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev for modding. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. And I want to thank if you give me a moment, Kay Lowry Body is moderating on Facebook. Thanks, Andrea Holder, who is training over there. Tamad, and you know what? I'm going to have to switch something. I'm going to have to make a quick adjustment. I see what's going on with the footage, how the audio's cutting out, so I'll fix that in a second. Margaret Riley, thanks for moderating. All right, let me thank you. Let me fix our. All right, that shot is gone, but let me fix the video. Hold on. I'll fix the video. I need a second. I know exactly what's going on with that video. So, what I need to do is do this. Get this here, get that there. Then I gotta get rid of it. You're gonna see black on your screen it's gonna stop. What I need to do is get rid of this. Hang on. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Oh, I know what I have to do now. Okay. All right, so you're going to have to put up with me on the screen for a minute. You're going to have to put up with me on the screen for a minute because I know what I have to do. Hang on a second. I got to change something here. It'll take a minute for me to do. I know exactly what it has to do with what I fixed before. This crazy thing that had stopped working. So I need to fix it over here. So if you give me a second, let me fix it. It's going to take a minute, may take 2 minutes. And that'll let me get the video back. But otherwise, the video gets screwed up. It's crazy. One of these things that is just nuts. And I didn't realize it till right as I had to start the stream that something wasn't working in this really crazy way. So right now, I am fixing it. So give me 2 minutes. Should work. Really is crazy. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, where is this here? Good. I think, all right. Launching. Launching. Going to try this. All right, let's see if we have video now. Let's see if we have video. I just did this fix. I got to thank some people too, which I will in a second. Just bear with me. But I just did this fix. All right, is this going to work now? Let's see. I bet this is not going to work. I'll try this later. Do it this way. Okay. Okay, so are you going to see video in a second? Let's see if this works. May have to do something here. Give me a moment. Nothing yet. No video yet. You're not seeing video yet. You should be seeing video at some point. All right, let's try something else. Let's try something else. Let's try it this way. There it is. We got video again. Look at that. How about that? We did it. We did it. So now what I have to do is I just need to reset this. Good. Good. Then we'll put this here. Thanks for bearing with me. Then this one we got to do. Good. Fantastic. We got our video back. All good. Okay, thank you for your patience. Now that that's done, I have to do one other thing too. I have to make an adjustment on this to fix this. I'll make a guess here about this. I don't know that that's going to work. Okay, so we should be good to go for right now. And now is this going to work? Oh, good. Okay, we're all good. Okay, so let's get back to the news. I just fixed that. Again, first stream once after I travel and I'm in a different city, always a challenge. Hey, I owe some thank yous to people for your support of the channel. People like, hang on a moment, Thomas P0419 from Sweden, who has given so many memberships to people. He gave more memberships. That's really nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Kat Miowski, who has offered use of their feed from Tel Aviv. We may use that later. Thanks so much if there's an alert in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Kat Miowski. I really appreciate that and for your support. Kieran72, thank you. Matthew Bradford, thank you. Vigil Auntie, thank you. Frozen Ghost, thank you so much for the memberships. Kitty Donahue, thank you for being a member. Vigil and Vigilante again, thank you, and thanks Kitty Donahue for your note. Fat Wong 36, hey, thanks so much, Fat Wong. That's really nice of you. Gabriel Morrow, thank you. I don't know if we're going to get to the DHS funding stuff. We're just so busy with everything else. We might get to a little bit of it. We'll see. We'll see, Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate it. We're just so busy covering all this, but we'll see. Thank you, Extra Mile, for your support. And thanks for shouting out the mods. Thanks, AMC Fanny. Thank you so much. Esme Weatherwax. Thank you so much, Esme. Kerry Poteet. Thanks so much. Kerry, thank you. TE88, who's given a ton of memberships. Thank you, TE88 for the memberships. Lisa Brown, thank you for being a member. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thanks for all your support. Moto Couture, thank you so much. Fat Wong, thank you again, Fat Wong. And Supernove 4OG. And also a few more here. Jeff 063360. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you again, Fat Wong, for all your support. Thank you, Mendy R, for your support. And LAR NCM, who's given a lot of memberships, gave a number, 20 more memberships from LAR NCM. Thank you so much, LAR. Haley Girl, thank you. I really appreciate it. LAR 2222. Thanks for being a member. Miss My YouTube, thanks for being a member. LAR just gave 10 more people memberships. Make sure you thank LAR or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, LAR and CM. Also, RM Gibbs gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, RM Gibbs. And Star 37021, thanks for being a member. And I'm almost caught up. Thank you, Extreme Tiger on Twitch, CC on Twitch, Moose Dog on Twitch. Thank you for your support, and Samurai Projects for being a member. Thank you. Okay, let's continue now with updates. Thank you for bearing with me. We have fixed everything so far that needed to be fixed. And if you didn't hear this, I just want to mention this again. Hang on. Give me one sec here. Okay, let's see. All right, so first I just want to mention again that Wall Street Journal report that said 10 U.S. service members were injured in a missile and drone strike today on an airbase in Saudi Arabia, and also several refueling aircraft were damaged. 2 of the service members were injured seriously, according to the Wall Street Journal. This is the second time that base has been hit during the war. According to the Wall Street Journal, a previous strike at the base damaged 5 refueling aircraft. In this strike, again, a missile and drones hit the base, and they said that the service members who were injured were inside a building at the base that was hit in the attack. So again, this is from the Wall Street Journal. The Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, they say it was hit by Iran for the second time in this war, and 10 U.S. service members injured, 2 seriously wounded, and multiple U.S. refueling aircraft damaged. That is according to Wall Street Journal. Oh, I can brighten up the Tel Aviv shot for a second. Sorry, I just hadn't done that yet. So we'll see if any other outlets report on that, and if the U.S. government says anything about it. And maybe there might have been pictures of this and stuff. Again, I was dealing with getting this broadcast technically started, and it took me a while today dealing with issues. So I will be catching up. I will look for the messages you guys have sent me. I know I got to catch up on a lot of things. I will do my best and get you the latest updates as well. So some of you probably sent me a bunch of stuff, and I just haven't seen it yet because I'm dealing with everything here. Let's see here. And then did something. Oh, there's another thing I have to take care of. Hold on, one other issue I got to fix. It's so crazy. So you got to wait. You got to give me a minute. I got to fix this now. It's just ridiculous. It's just unbelievable. Is this going to work? Let's see. Why is this not working? Now I'm going to have to do something. Hold on. Please bear with me with all this craziness. It's just amazing. Can I get this to work? Let's see. I'm going to have to restart a computer here, I think. Not the one streaming, but a different one. It really is amazing, guys. Technology is amazing. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We're just getting this restarted. You guys are still with me. All right, let's do this. Let's see if this works. All right, the video is frozen for the moment. The video is frozen for the moment. Now it's still doing this. Oh my God. All right, just give me one more second here. All right, what I gotta do, hold on. I gotta do that so you can still hear me. Now I'm gonna do this. Let's see if I can make this work. That worked. Let's see something here. Is there any chance this will work? No. Please bear with me. Now I have to take another minute to be able to get the video back up. I am very sorry This is what happens when I go somewhere. Please bear with me so I can get the video back moving again. Which will happen about I need about a minute to get the video back up. Oh, AP is reporting. AP is also reporting the attack on the Saudi base. AP is also reporting the attack on the Saudi base that wounded several U.S. troops and damaged several planes. Okay? So AP is reporting it too. It is not just... Hold on. It is not just Wall Street Journal reporting it. Okay, let me do this and get this restored here. Okay, is this going to work? Okay, I can see this again. Wonderful. Progress is being made. Okay, good. We're almost back to where I can get you the live video. So we got to put that on the screen now. Get that over there. Thank you. Put this right here. Thank you. Put this right here. Thank you. Get this there. Put this there. Put this there. Sorry, it's annoying. I'm not going to be away for that long, but once I get back, we won't have to deal with these things anymore. Like this, that happen when I go away. All right, there. Now I can see that shot on the screen. That's good. I like that. Okay. Now I can send that out to you. Local. Let's do that. And let's refresh this and see if it works. Ooh. That's Tel Aviv, obviously. Okay, good. Now we need to get Beirut on the screen. I can see Beirut on my end. Great. Wonderful. Oh, looking good. Looking good. Fan. Oops, that's not what we wanted to do. Hey guys, look, it's back. The live video is back for now, until something else happens. For now, it's back. And I have to just get the chat on the screen again. I can see the chat again. Wonderful. Now, hold on a moment, please. You're hearing two of me for a second. Okay. Okay. By the way, a quick thank you to Raydant319. Thank you, Raydant. And Fat Wong. Thank you so much, Fat Wong, for all your support. Thank you. And Lady Putty Cat, who gave 5 memberships. Lady Putty Cat, thank you. Also, Thorn Ravenstar, remember, thanks so much, Thorn. Also, Basil Problem. Thank you, Basil Problem. Also, Nina Drew and CAC813. Thank you so much, CAC813, for supporting the channel. Appreciate it. And Space Cowboy and Samurai Projects. Okay, now. Oh, I was going to see what AP was reporting about this. Turn that down a little bit. It's a little loud. What am I hearing? Is that the no, that's the Beirut camp. Okay. What is this? Iran says, I got to show you this too. Then there was a statement from the Houthis I want to talk about as well. Okay, guys, look at this. This is from Associated Press. So they're also reporting this. Iran attack on Saudi base injures at least 10 U.S. troops and damages several planes. An Iranian missile attack on Friday left at least 10 U.S. service members wounded and damaged several planes at a military base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials. The attack damaged several U.S. refueling aircraft, and the officials said 2 of the troops were seriously wounded. Satellite imagery that appeared to show the damage was posted online. Well, I'll have to try to find that. Okay. AP says the attack, which involved an Iranian missile as well as unmanned drones. Comes a day after President Trump said Iran has been obliterated, and Defense Secretary Hegseth said never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Now, hold on a moment here. Oh, there's video apparently of a missile that fell on the West Bank, which I'll post a link to in the chat. Also, I'm going to link my my X account in the chat. I'm going to pin it in the chat. If the moderators could pin it in the Twitch and Facebook chat, that would be awesome. Thank you. I just need a moment here. There's that. Then I need this. Ooh, I can unpin this. Why did I should have unpinned the other one. CBS News also is reporting the attack on the Saudi base. CBS News says that about a dozen U.S. service members were injured on the attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Oh, a small number sustained very serious injuries. Others were considered seriously injured, says CBS News. Also, I'm seeing that the International Atomic Energy Agency said look at this. Hold on. IAEA informed by Iran that the heavy water production plant at Khandab was also hit today. No radiation risk seen as installation contains no declared nuclear material. Also, Iran said an industrial facility, a steel production factory, which uses sealed CO-60 and CS-137 radioactive sources for gauging, was subjected to strikes, but there was no off-site radiation release. And then also, look at this. They keep talking about this. So this whole thing is kind of strange to me. Iran told the IAEA of a new strike in the area of Bushehr nuclear power plant, the third such incident in 10 days. No damage to operating reactor nor any radiation release reported, and condition of plant is normal, Iran says. Now, Bushehr is the one operating nuclear reactor in Iran, I believe. It's on the coast of the Persian Gulf. And it's a power plant that was built, I believe, with the help of Russia. And 3 times in the last 10 days, Iran has claimed that there was some sort of strike near the plant. Now, I have a hard time believing that the U.S. and Israel are trying to hit the nuclear power plant. Some kind of disaster there could be just horrible, obviously. But one issue, one potential issue with this plant is if something goes wrong there, it's right on the Persian Gulf. So you could have a situation, as I understand it, where in a really bad scenario, the water in the Persian Gulf would be contaminated, which is used, for example, by a number of Gulf countries, as I understand it, for drinking water. So what I don't understand is, have there really been 3 strikes close to that nuclear plant in Iran in 10 days? If there have been those strikes, is it all U.S. and Israel? Would Iran do it for some reason? And if this has not happened, this is the question to me. If it's not the U.S. and Israel who have done this, whether Iran did it or whether they haven't been 3 strikes, why do they keep talking about it? Why do they keep talking about it? Russia has talked about it too. And what I don't get is why they keep talking about it if it hasn't happened the way they're saying. And what I just don't know is this some sort of implicit threat? Like, hey, world, if things go bad enough, if you make things bad enough for the Iranian regime, could there be some kind of disaster at this nuclear plant? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's very weird to me to see this key. It doesn't make sense to me that the U.S. and Israel would keep striking near a nuclear power plant. But then if they're not doing that, then why does Iran keep saying they are? So, I just wonder if it's meant to be some sort of threat. And I just don't know. But it would be a disaster if there was some sort of disaster at this power plant. That's not just an Iran issue. That could affect lots of other countries besides Iran. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this. Anyways. Okay. So I just saw that. So something to keep an eye on. Now, James, our viewer, thinks they are striking near the plant, trying to intimidate. That's what our viewer James thinks. I'd like to find you more about that heavy water plant. Hang on. Oh, Israel said something about it. The IDF posted about the heavy water plant not hitting near Bushehr. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. Here, right here. Arak heavy water plant in central Iran. A key plutonium production site for nuclear weapons. The IDF will not allow Iranian regime to continue advancing its nuclear weapons program, which poses an existential threat to Israel and the entire world. Strike on the Arak heavy water plant. So that's a different plant than a nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant is different. It's in a different part of Iran than the Arak heavy water plant. Those are two different things. I wasn't questioning whether they struck the Arak heavy water plant. What I'm questioning is these reports of claimed 3 strikes in 10 days near the Bushehr nuclear power plant. This is interesting. This is from Marine Traffic. They say, COSCO vessels abort Strait of Hormuz transit attempt amid ongoing instability. Following COSCO's announcement to resume booking acceptance to Gulf destinations, new developments overnight suggest the situation in the Strait of Hormuz remains highly unstable. And COSCO is it's a Chinese shipping company. According to marine traffic data, two of this Chinese shipping companies, look, you can see it there. I'll show you in a second. Two of its ultra-large container vessels, two of its ultra-large container vessels attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz, but turned back at approximately 3:20 a.m. and 3:50 a.m. Universal Time, indicating that the safe passage could not be guaranteed. This marks the first attempted crossing by a major container carrier since the start of the conflict. Both vessels operate on COSCO's MEX service, part of the Ocean Alliance network linking the Middle East with the Far East. COSCO, a Chinese carrier, is currently the world's fourth largest container shipping line by capacity. Let me just show you this video here that marinetraffic.com posted. Make it bigger for you. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. What happened here? Here is the video they posted of the ships approaching the Strait of Hormuz and then turning around, which happened last night. Look at this. Obviously, that's sped up. They both approached, and then they both... Now, you know what's interesting is you see them both going on this... They weren't taking the normal shipping route. They were taking the route around Larak Island. Since the war started, I think about 30 ships have gone through, but they have... I don't know if they've all gone through. I believe most of them have taken this route around this island. I don't know if that's because any of this is mined in here. I've read stories that say Iraq wants them to go around this island so they can verify the ship's identities when they go around the island. So it looks like that's not the normal shipping route. The normal shipping route is through here and not going around the island. So it looks like they were going the normal way that these ships have been going with Iran's approval since the war started, the few that make it through, but they didn't make it through. Maddie says Iran is collecting tolls reportedly on some of the ships they may have collected payments. I don't know in general, but you can see there the ships, two ultra-large container vessels made it to near the island and then they turned around. Okay, so that's interesting. Hearing an animal or something. I want to talk about the Tomahawk missile situation too. We're going to talk about that. There's a lot going on. One moment. Oh, you can't see me. Sorry, now you can see me. Oh, I want to give you an update about what Israel said about... I want to give you an update about what Israel said about Israel's bombing of this... hold on a second. This nuclear-related facility. Is this a different one than... Yeah, look at this. This is from Manny Fabian. The IDF, he's with Times of Israel. The IDF confirms bombing a yellow cake production plant near the central Iranian city of Yazd, saying it comes as part of the ongoing efforts against Iran's nuclear program. The military describes the site as a uranium extraction facility. This facility is the only one of its kind in Iran where raw materials mined from the ground undergo mechanical and chemical processing so that they can later be used as precursor materials for uranium enrichment, Israel's military says, adding it is a highly important process for the nuclear weapons program advanced by the regime. The strikes hit the central infrastructure used in the site's unique production processes, the military says. Yellow cake is a uranium concentrate in powder form and an early step in uranium processing. It is produced by mining uranium ore from rocks and separating the uranium from the rocks by bathing them in acid. The yellow cake can then be enriched to raise its purity, and then used for weapons or energy production. I have to find out. I believe Iran has issued some statements in relation to these recent Israeli attacks, and I'm going to try to pull them up shortly. Oh, sorry. What's going on here? I want to read the Houthi statement too. UAE says their air defenses are now dealing with a missile threat. In case this happens once in a while, it's been happening during the war. But the UAE says their air defenses are now dealing with a missile threat. I'll let you know if we hear more. They actually said they're dealing with missile attacks and incoming drones, the UAE says. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up here on a couple things. Okay. Let's see if I can find this here. Oh, Houthi Telegram channel. Okay. Now, can I get their announcement here? The Houthis made an announcement earlier today. Okay. Here are some of what the Houthis said today. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. This was several hours ago, a few hours ago. The Houthis said, we emphasize the need for an immediate response from the American and Israeli enemy to international diplomatic efforts to stop the aggression against Iran and the Axis countries. The Houthis said, let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. I'm going to have to kind of scroll through here. I'll scroll through. But you can see here, here's some of it on the screen here. The Houthis said, the aggression against Iran and the Axis countries is an unjust, oppressive, and unwarranted act of aggression that harms global and regional stability, security, and the economy. We emphasize the need for an immediate cessation, stoppage of aggression against Muslim countries in Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, and Iraq, and an end to the unjust blockade on Yemen. They also say, if I can scroll down a little bit, I'm going to skip down a little bit. We affirm that our hands are on the trigger for direct military intervention should other alliances join forces with America and Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of jihad and resistance. They also say, we will not allow the Red Sea to be used to carry out hostile operations by America and Israel against Iran and against any Muslim country. And we affirm that our hands are on the trigger for direct military intervention should the escalation against Iran and the axis of jihad and resistance continue as dictated by the theater of military operations. Okay, so they say if there is escalation that continues against Iran, their hands are on the trigger for direct military intervention. That's the Houthis, and as many of you, I believe, are aware, there's been this ongoing question. Will the Houthis attack shipping in the Red Sea? If we can pull a map up here so I can just show you again. We've talked about this, but hold on. Why is this all messed up here? There we go. Okay, so we want to do this. Oh, sorry, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Let me just fix this. Let me fix this. Hold on. Okay. Now we need to do this. Here we go. There we go. Okay. We're getting our map up from Google Maps. Okay, so you can see the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. Let's do this. So there's already a big oil issue because the Strait of Hormuz here, hang on, I didn't do something I wanted to do. The Strait of Hormuz here, where my pointer is blocked by Iran. So oil can't get out from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. But then there's also the Red Sea. So Saudi Arabia, why can I not get, hold on, why is that happening? Hold on. There's something going on with this. Why can you not see? Let me fix something. I got to fix one thing. I got to fix one thing here. Hold on. So there you can see that. Got to copy that. Here's this. Get rid of this. There. Oh, I know what I needed to do, I think. Okay, there we go. Okay, so will the Houthis in Yemen attack shipping in the Red Sea and shipping going through the Bab al-Mandab Strait down here? Because like Saudi Arabia is taking a bunch of its oil and they're sending it to the west side of the country and getting it out through the Red Sea. So if the Houthis were to attack shipping in the Red Sea and keep oil and other shipments coming out of the Red Sea, that would just really escalate even more this whole oil and shipping crisis. And they're threatening to do it. I just read you their threat to do it. They said, for example, if things keep escalating against Iran, our hands are on the trigger for direct military action, they said. And they have done it before, as one of our viewers just said. Yeah, they've in past years periodically, frequently attacked shipping. They've had times when they were attacking a bunch of ships in the Red Sea. Okay, so there's that. Paula Thompson says that would be a lot of leverage. You know, one of our viewers just reminded me about something I wanted to check and I totally forgot. Why is that? What is going on with this? What is this story here? Why is CNN reporting? I was going to mention this, I just forgot. Half hour ago, CNN said Potomac TRACON, the key radar facility handling DC airspace, has been evacuated to ATZ-0 according to FAA alerts. The FAA is now implementing ground stops for Reagan National, Dulles, BWI, Charlottesville, and Richmond airports. You know, 2 weeks ago, a strong chemical smell from a faulty device at Potomac TRACON caused air traffic disruptions. Now we have another disruption. Oh, environmental trigger. I got it. Inbound flights are holding or diverting after the Potomac TRACON evacuated due to an environmental trigger, says Flight Radar 24. DC area airports are ground stopped and departures from these airports are also being held. And again, 2 weeks ago, this comes after 2 weeks ago. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a quick moment. So I don't know what's going on there. I got to do some more research on this. Let me see if I can find out any more information about this. I'll show you what the FAA is saying too. Here, look. DC ground stop, view details. Departures due to Reagan National Airport are grounded due to OCL. This is also departures to Baltimore, Washington are grounded. Charlottesville, is that the same one? Charlottesville, grounded. And then, again, this is due to... Oops, wait, we have to fix our camera. That is due to an environmental trigger, says Flight Radar 24, an environmental trigger. And that is after 2 weeks ago, roughly 2 weeks ago, there was a chemical smell at the same air traffic control facility, which caused airports to be ground stopped 2 weeks ago. And what happened 2 weeks ago, it was a faulty building monitor being worked on by a contractor, which was the source of the smell. And that's from ABC2 Baltimore. So I wonder if something similar is going on today. All right, now I have to fix the camera because we temporarily don't have the Beirut footage. Just give me a moment. Let's just make the Tel Aviv full screen for now. For now, just Tel Aviv. We'll get the Beirut back up when it comes up. Okay. I want to thank a couple people. We're going to take more comments. Sorry, there's been a lot going on and a lot to catch up on. We'll look at marine traffic as well. Hey, thanks to our moderators, we have moderating right now. Hang on. Ruth is moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. I got to remember to hydrate. Excuse me. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. Also on Twitch, we have moderating Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over there on X. Thanks to our Facebook mods. Oh, I got to thank some other people on Facebook too. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. We'll look at marine traffic as well.
Oops.
Hey, thanks to our moderators. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder. Thanks for moderating over on Facebook. Also, thank you to David Bragier for the Facebook stars, Michael Frugal, Lindsay Crooker Mazarigo, Susan Priest Buchner, and Lisa Perkins on Facebook. Thanks for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Also, thanks Brian Davio and Juliana Martin and Laverne Thompson for subscribing over there. Also, Christy Claft and Barry Eisler, thank you for subscribing. Also, thanks so much to Least Trustworthy Weasel for your support, Joe J8E3N for your support, Gabriel Morrow. Thank you, Gabriel. We just got to that, Gabriel, a few minutes ago. I think you posted a few minutes ago. Thanks, Gabriel. Camu, thanks so much, Camu, for your support. Camu thinks Iran is launching missiles from their nuclear power plant. Thank you, Camu. Thanks, P.A. Jeeper. Peter DeCoste, thank you, Peter. Fat Wong, thanks so much, Fat Wong, for all your support. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Hang on a moment here. Sandy Doggo on Twitch. Thank you, Sandy Doggo and Devil Doc. And Persisting Anomalies. And BNI over on Twitch. Thanks for your support. The thing I told you what the Houthi statement was today. I did not give you Iran statements from today. I want to go catch up on that and talk about that. If I can. Hang on a moment. Going back here. So Iranian state media talked about American and Israeli attacks on a steel company's power plant. Let me show you this from Iranian state media, Tasnim News. They say that the deputy governor of Isfahan said in this afternoon's attacks by American and Israeli aggressors, American and Israeli aggressors, damage was caused to the 900 and 250 megawatt power plants in Isfahan province. But it says power plants of Mobareka Steel. Damage from the American-Israeli attacks on the 900 and 250 megawatt power plants of Mobareka Steel. Also, a number of direct recovery modules and part of the production workshop in the steel-making area of this complex were hit and suffered damage. During this attack by Israel and America on the Mobareka steel factory in Isfahan, one person was killed and several others were injured. So they're claiming that a steel factory was targeted by Israel and the U.S. I think they might have issued a statement about that too. I'm just going back through Iranian state media. Oh, I'm sorry. You know who posted about it? The foreign minister of Iran posted about this earlier today. Here, this is from the foreign minister of Iran 5 hours ago. Foreign Minister Araghchi said, Israel has hit two of Iran's largest steel factories, a power plant and civilian nuclear sites, among other infrastructure. Israel claims it acted in coordination with the U.S. I think he means all that has been hit in the last day. Attack contradicts President Trump's extended deadline for diplomacy. Iran will exact heavy price for Israeli crimes. That's from the foreign minister. I just have to get my I have to get my chapstick. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Did Israel, so as to whether they did hit a steel factory, I need to I told you what Iran said about this. Did the Israeli Air Force talk about it? I'm looking at the Times of Israel article, and the Times of Israel says the IDF did not issue a statement about this. But they did post. So Vahid Online, which posts a bunch of Israel stuff, which posts a bunch of reporting from Iran, did post a photo and posted reports of people in Iran who claimed that there was an attack on at least one of the steel facilities, which I'll post a link to in the chat. So, for whatever it's worth. Oh, and then I saw that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard published industrial sites, like a list of targets of industrial sites in Israel. So let me find that for you. Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up here. And I can translate it. If you give me a second. By the way, Iranian state media, when they were talking about their claim today, they claim that Israel and America have, for the third time in 10 days, fired a projectile that hit near the Bushehr nuclear power plant, which sits on the Persian Gulf in Iran. And they have in bold letters in their state media statement from Fars News, the Bushehr nuclear power plant is in operation and contains significant amounts of radioactive materials. Therefore, any damage to this facility could lead to a serious nuclear accident that would have irreparable consequences for the region. One of our viewers, Dabney, says that is propaganda. Oh, hey guys, I found a statement threatening retaliation after Iran said that Israel attacked steel facilities in Iran. I believe this is retaliation for that. This was earlier today. Let me put it on the screen for you. Here, this is from the Revolutionary Guard in Iran. From Fars News, state media. Revolutionary Guard. American industrial companies and heavy industries allied with Israel should immediately leave their workplaces. In the name of Allah the Merciful, so whoever has wronged you, then do wrong to him in the same way as he has wronged you. Warning to American industries in the region. Despite previous warnings and reminders to avoid attacking Iranian industries, the American-Israeli enemy launched numerous attacks on Iranian industrial centers today. Our fighters are carrying out retaliatory attacks, so we warn all employees of industrial companies in the region that have American shareholders, as well as heavy industries allied with Israel in the region, to leave your workplaces immediately so that your lives are not put at risk. Sorry, I didn't realize I was covering some of this. Residents of such industries within a radius of 1 kilometer must leave their residences under the attack. That was posted about 8 hours ago by the Revolutionary Guard. One of our viewers said all they have left, Robert Dyer said all they have left is cheap talk. I'm not aware of any industrial facilities that have been hit today. We did hear, though, multiple outlets are reporting that a U.S. airbase in Saudi Arabia was attacked by Iran today, injuring U.S. troops and damaging multiple refueling aircraft. Hang on. I'll show you something about that. This was the AP report about it. There have been multiple reports. AP said, that is not the scene of the attack on the right, but AP said, at least 10 American service members were wounded in the attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials familiar with the situation. 2 of the troops were seriously wounded. They also said Iran attack wounds U.S. troops and damages several planes at Saudi Air Base, said in a U.S. official. Friday's attack on Prince Sultan Air Base involved an Iranian missile and unmanned drones. The strike damaged several U.S. refueling aircraft on the base. It is not clear, they said, how many troops were wounded. The confirmation reported earlier by the Wall Street Journal came after satellite imagery that appeared to show the damage to the aircraft appeared online. An Army sergeant earlier in the war died days after being wounded during a March 1st attack on the base. I was going to show you where this is. Prince Sultan Air Base, which has been attacked now multiple times. It's in Saudi Arabia. It's in like the middle of Saudi Arabia. There it is. Can you see this on the screen there? Look, there's Prince Sultan Air Base. I mean, I would think that would be quite a protected base, right? With aircraft, and it's been attacked before. But today, apparently, a missile and drones from Iran managed to hit it. R.M. Gibbs said, did they not have time to get into the shelter? I don't know what happened there with this attack. INR says missiles and drones are an easy way to overload any air defense. Oh, hey guys, we have a statement from the FAA about DC. So the statement says the FAA, Chris Van Cleve, who's a reporter about transportation reporter, posted the statement from the FAA. He's with CBS News. The FAA says the FAA has temporarily stopped traffic at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, Washington Dulles International Airport, Baltimore Washington International Airport, Charlottesville Albemarle Airport, and Richmond International Airport because of a strong chemical smell in the Potomac Tracon that is impacting some air traffic controllers. And as Chris Van Cleve points out, this is the second time in 2 weeks the Potomac Tracon air traffic control facility has been evacuated. The previous one, as I told you, as was reported by ABC2, the previous one 2 weeks ago was a case where a strong odor was coming from a faulty building monitor that was being worked on by a contractor. Oh, the ground stops. Sorry. Pete Muntean just updated that a number of the ground stops were canceled. DCA is in a ground stop until 8:30 Eastern Time. Ground stops at BWI, CHORIC, IAD ground stops all canceled. DCA in ground stop until 8:30, says Pete Muntean. And Faytux News says, looks like direct impacts in Bahrain, unclear targets so far. Let me see if I can find anything about that. Hang on. I am seeing some reports online, multiple reports, of explosions in Bahrain. It can be tough with some of these Gulf countries to figure out exactly what's going on. You do not see live streams or videos after the fact coming out of there for the most part. Also, the IDF just posted a few minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, that the Israeli Defense Forces posted they are currently striking terror regime targets across Tehran. So now, right now, Israel is carrying out, oh, hold on a moment here. Give me one moment, hold on. One moment, please. Hang on a moment. I'm getting some food delivered that I can eat in a little bit because I didn't want to have to interrupt the stream I want to keep streaming. So let me just do a quick check here. Okay, it has not gotten here yet, but I decided to do that today because I don't have an air fryer here and I wanted to be able to stream, so I don't have to go out and get food. Now, Israel is attacking targets in Tehran, they say. Okay, I am seeing... What is this? There's claims online of missiles hitting in Bahrain. But I don't know if that's actually happening and what might be being hit. So that is something I am keeping an eye on to see if we get any more details. Hold on here. Now, I'm sorry, you know what? We got we did get the Beirut feed back. The Beirut feed is back. When earlier in our stream this was happening, now it's happening again. The UAE says air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat from Iran. So another Iran attack going on in the UAE. We heard about that before. Reuters now reports that 12 U.S. troops were wounded too seriously in the Iranian military strike on Prince Sultan air base in Saudi Arabia. I'm going to say 10 plus. Hang on a moment. Here, look. New report from Reuters. 12 U.S. troops wounded in Iran strike on base in Saudi Arabia, U.S. official says. This matches reports from other outlets. Other outlets also report that several U.S. refueling tankers were damaged. And this happened reportedly today. There was also a person who, we mentioned this earlier, a person in Israel died in in one of the missile strikes. Little gunfire in the background there. Hang on. I'd like to get you the announcement from the MDA on that. Yes, so about 8 hours ago, the MDA with Israel said a 30-year-old man in Israel was killed with shrapnel injuries, and a 50-year-old man around 50 years old was in serious condition with shrapnel injuries to his limbs, and 13 were in light injured condition with head and shrapnel injuries. And that was a launch to the Nahariya sector of Israel. And that report was from about 8 hours ago. Nahariya is it's a northern coastal city, the northernmost coastal city in Israel. Is that a different one? Wait, that might be a different attack. That might be a different attack. Give me 1 second. Hold on one moment. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience. You know, it's possible I had two attacks confused in Israel. So there was an attack in Israel. Yes, there was a Hezbollah rocket attack on Nahariya in northern Israel on Thursday, and a man was killed and one seriously wounded in that rocket attack. But there was, I think, maybe a different fatal attack a few hours ago. Let me just double check that it wasn't the same one. Yes, this was a different one. Okay, this was in central Israel. A few hours ago in central Israel, there was a different fatal attack, which was an Iranian missile attack. You can see here, carrying a cluster bomb warhead, says Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. It struck central Israel, and it killed a man in his 60s who was not in a bomb shelter, and another submunition hit a residential building and lightly wounded 2 men in their 50s. So that's 2 fatal attacks in the last, it looks like 12 hours or so in Israel. One a Hezbollah rocket attack, one an Iranian missile attack. I don't know why that person was not in a shelter. That I don't know. All right, really quick here. What I'm going to do, hang on, is check for updates. So what I have is I have some food here. So I don't have to make the food. In a little bit, I'm going to take a little break and just eat something. But I don't have to make the food. So that's helpful. And we're going to keep streaming. OSINT Technical posted a video that purports to show a missile hitting the ground in Bahrain. So I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. Now, Faytux is saying, you know, we told you, we were talking about this earlier, how I told you how we read you this statement from the Revolutionary Guard in Iran threatening to hit industrial sites in response to what they said was Israel and the U.S. targeting industrial sites today in Iran, including steel facilities. And Faytux News posted that maybe right now we're seeing Iran trying to attack industrial sites. Faytux News says there are some indications that the industrial site in Al-Hid, Bahrain has been targeted. Other claims say that the Bapco refinery complex has been struck, trying to confirm, says Faytux News. So maybe these missile attacks are being directed as industrial sites as Iran threatened to do. I'm also, this is not confirmed. I've seen some unconfirmed reports online about some incident clashes between Israeli forces in Lebanon and local forces, maybe Hezbollah, but I'm not sure. If that's legit. We'll have to see. Regularly, it does happen sometimes that if there's like a security incident involving Israeli troops, the Israeli media will be told not to report about it, and then until the government says something about it. So we may not find out about that for a little while. DJN says it's dodgy how UAE seems to have stopped all the videos coming out. I very rarely see photos or videos from the UAE or Bahrain, even when they announce attacks afterwards. Sometimes damaging and fatal attacks. You just don't, at least I don't, and I look at a lot of sources, I don't see anything from these places a lot of the time. So they seem to keep a pretty tight rein on that stuff getting out. Hold on a second here. One of the viewers, LGA, said they had heard that aircraft landings have stopped in Saudi Arabia. I'll have to check. I mean, that kind of stuff can happen when there's like some kind of attack going on or threat of attack. Sometimes you can have the airports affected, so hold on. Hold on. Saudi Arabia. I don't know. I'd have to go to one of the airports and see. What is it local time there anyway? It's probably late there. Well, that plane just took off from Riyadh. Planes are taking off from Riyadh, I can tell you that, because I just saw it. How about Jeddah? Planes are taking off from Jeddah. That one just took off. That one's coming into land. I mean, there may be certain airports in Saudi Arabia that are being impacted. I don't know. But I'm checking a bunch right now, and I don't know. I'm not going to bother looking around, but I'll keep an eye on things. I'll wait. If I hear anything about big disruptions, if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Hey, a quick thank you to give me a moment here. Thank you so much to hang on. Mike from Jersey, thank you. Thank you so much, Tie Shoes. Thank you very much, Tie Shoes, for your support. Hey, LAR NCM gave 10 more memberships. So nice of LAR NCM. Make sure you thank LAR. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Make sure you thank LAR or somebody else if they've given you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, Josh Barnes, thank you so much. Temi Dank, thanks for the memberships, Temi. The Steak Pie, thank you so much. XX Fallen XX, thanks for being a member. Thanks Lucchini AP for your support. Thank you. Give me a moment here. Also, Jesus UCSB. Thanks, Jesus, for your support. Jennifer Lee, thank you so much, Jennifer Lee. Really appreciate it. Also, Kopan Electron from Turkey. Thank you so much. Who says Bushehr is one of 2 active nuclear power plants in the entire Middle East? They are distinct from nuclear facilities as they contain no reactor cores capable of leading to Chernobyl-scale disasters. Is that true? I'll have to check that myself. Thank you also, Dawn0109. Thank you, Dawn. I just looked up Gemini AI said in Bushehr has 1 active unit, but Baraka in the UAE has 4 active units. But it's maybe Baraka in the UAE and Bushehr is they're the 2 plants, but Baraka has 4 active units at the plant in the UAE. Without getting into the details, without doing a whole research project here, Gemini AI said the design at Bushehr in Iran and Baraka power plant in UAE, nuclear power plants, use a different design than Chernobyl. Also, they have massive steel reinforced. Also, Bushehr has a massive steel reinforced concrete dome, and Chernobyl had no containment building. For what it's worth, Gemini AI says there's a risk that a external strike could crack the containment at one of these facilities, like Bushehr. Anyways, Bushehr is the nuclear power plant in Iran, and Iran has claimed that there's been a projectile that has hit near it 3 times in the last 10 days. But I don't want to, so I'm just giving you, I know AI can sometimes make mistakes, so I'm just giving you a general quick summary of an AI response to that comment. I don't want to get really into it in the details. I would encourage you, if you want to know the details between the differences between Bushehr and other nuclear power plants, please do some research on it. Thank you, Kopan Electron, for bringing up the topic. Also, Slugger and RSE for being members. I need about maybe 3 minutes. Flight Radar 24 says flights are on the move again at DC area airports after controllers have returned to the Potomac Tracon facility following an earlier strong chemical smell. Let's see if I can get my graphic up here. Probably about 2 minutes. I need about 2 minutes, okay? Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back. Just 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience. All right, so in a couple minutes, I'm going to eat a little food. It's here. I don't have to make it. Let me see what's going on. And we're going to continue our stream. What is this? Unconfirmed reports of, again, some kind of incident between the Israeli military and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports online. I've seen some unconfirmed reports claiming that Israeli helicopters are evacuating wounded soldiers, which could be the case. These are just unconfirmed reports. Thank you, Gustavo, for watching from Brazil. So we'll have to see what we hear about that. By the way, we didn't even talk about this. We didn't even talk about how there are reports that the Wall Street Journal says that President Trump is considering, the Pentagon is considering sending up to 10,000 additional ground troops to the Middle East. This would be in addition to the roughly 5,000 Marines and thousands of paratroopers who have already been ordered there. But again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump is considering, the Pentagon is considering, so I assume it's President Trump's the commander-in-chief, so it's ultimately up to him, whether to send 10,000, around 10,000 more ground troops in the Middle East, to the ones, in addition to the ones already going. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Here is what I need to do. Here is what I need to do. Because we're going to keep streaming tonight. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes and eat a little bit, and then I'm going to come back, obviously. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to eat right here, but off camera. And I'll leave the stream up, and I'll be keeping an eye on everything. And if there's something super urgent, I can just come on the air and stop eating. But I'm just going to eat a bit right now, and then I'll come back and do more coverage, okay? So before I do that, really quick, thank you to Miss Curvy. Thank you, Miss Curvy, Motivational Living, who thinks something very bad is going to happen. I hope not. And KHHM for being a member. Mela Metez, thank you. Yeah, I post about the Tiger Woods thing on my X account, Mela Metez, thank you. Maybe we can mention that briefly when I come back. Genal Appointee, Gina Lapointe, thank you. RSE, thank you. And also our moderators. I appreciate them all moderating tonight. Ruth has been over there. Ruth and Roberts May Queen and Leslie Ladyhawk over there on YouTube have been moderating. Thank you. Appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry Misha over on X. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder over on Facebook. Appreciate you moderating over there on Twitch. Appreciate all of our mods. Thank you. Like Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Also, thanks to Shrocky for subscribing on Twitch. So let me just eat a little food here, and then I'm going to come back and we'll continue our coverage. Steve is... I'll say it's a meal break, but it's not. It shouldn't be as long as my normal meal break. How about Steve is eating a snack? He will be back shortly. I'll see. Taking a meal break, but again, it should be not too long. So bear with me. We will definitely have a bunch more coverage right after I eat. Okay. I will put the sound on, and I'll be keeping an eye on everything. Steve is taking a meal break. He will be back shortly. How about that? All right, so bear with me. I'm going to eat a little bit, and I'm coming right back after I eat. Okay, we are back. Thanks for your patience. I have eaten. I appreciate your patience. No, what you're hearing on the mic is the camera guy's mic. My mic was off, but you're hearing the microphone from the person who is shooting the Beirut stream. So that's what you're hearing. I'm going to turn that down. Okay, now we're going to get caught up here. You know, I did just see something here. CBS News is reporting that, so we've told you that multiple outlets are reporting that the Prince Sultan, or Prince Sultan, I don't even know how you pronounce it, airbase in Saudi Arabia Anyways, I'll say Prince Sultan, but whatever. Multiple outlets report that today, Friday, the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia was hit by a missile and drone attack by Iran, and that at least 10 U.S. troops were injured, too seriously, although there's some different numbers floating around about that. But the various reports I've read says at least 10 injured and several planes, refueling tankers damaged. That is the same airbase that the Wall Street Journal said, I want to say they said it happened several weeks ago. The Wall Street Journal, I want to say around 2 weeks ago or so, had reported that 5 planes had been damaged in an attack on that airbase several weeks ago. Well, CBS News is now reporting that the same airbase actually was attacked for a third time earlier this week, injuring 14 people. But the official that said that, an official told them it was a less serious attack than the one today or at the end of this week, and also they do not know who the nationalities are of the people who were injured earlier this week. So again, CBS News is reporting that there was another attack on the same base earlier this week in which 14 people were injured. So that would make, if all the reports are true, that would make 3 attacks on this base in several weeks. And, I can't speak to the air defense of this base. Where were the air defenses? This is one of the viewers. I showed you before where this base is. It's like in the middle of Saudi Arabia. Prince Sultan Air Base, right there. See that there on Google Maps with the planes on it? Okay, so if you zoom out, there's Iran and there's Prince Sultan Air Base. Dean R. thinks air defense is failing. I don't know the details here, but sounds like this base has been targeted and hit multiple times. Now, CBS News says that in regards to the attack that happened late this week, I believe some outlets say it was today, but they say late this week. They say that one in which 10 U.S. service members were injured on the base, they say that 2 were very seriously injured and 8 were seriously injured. Some of the other outlets have different reports about the injuries. I don't know what's right. I can try to get you the latest updates from the other outlets on this. Where is it here? Yeah, AP says that there were 10 service members injured, 2 of them seriously. Austin Batman says it must mean very seriously is critical or even near death. So I don't know that. I haven't gotten any specifics. Maybe we'll get a statement at some point from the U.S. military about this. The Wall Street Journal says the missile and drone attack was today, and they said 10 injured, 2 seriously, and several U.S. refueling aircraft were damaged. And the Reuters report said, have they updated their report? 12 injured, 2 seriously. That's what Reuters said about this. Well, gunfire there in Beirut. We hear that once in a while. I hope all of them can survive and recover quickly. As quickly as possible. So I'll let you know if we get updates on that, but no official statement from the U.S. government on that at this point. Krimazu says, how is it possible Iran still has drone launch sites? My guess is that they might be able to launch drones pretty quickly and from, I don't know specifically what they needed a site to launch them, but maybe they can be launched pretty quickly from different locations, depending on the drone. That I don't know. Looking up to see if I see anything. For what it's worth, Gemini AI says the Shahed drones do not need any specialized launch infrastructure. They're launched from a simple angled metal rail or box-shaped rack. These racks can be mounted on the back of commercial flatbed trucks or pickup trucks. I don't know if that's... Yeah, so Wikipedia says Shahed 136, Iranian drone, is typically fired in multiples from a launch rack. Yeah, there's an article that AI cited from War on the Rocks that said the Shahed 136 Iranian drone launches from an angled rail mounted on a pickup truck, after which crews can quickly relocate. That is from War on the Rocks website. So, I mean, that's not... It's not something that's on the ground in a fixed location that they can just find and destroy. New siren in Bahrain, by the way. What is this? Hold on a moment here. So Bahrain, new siren there, warning siren, and they also had a fire there. Now, as typical from Bahrain, very little info. They said 47 minutes ago, civil defense has managed to control the fire that broke out in one of the facilities targeted by the sinful Iranian aggression. What facility got hit in Bahrain? How big a fire? They said it's under control. What does that mean? Were there injuries? No idea. No idea. And they don't say. But there was a fire at a facility from an attack, and now we have another alarm going off. And there was an alarm 34 minutes ago, and there was also an alarm 2 hours ago. The UAE has been dealing with a bunch of Iranian attacks tonight too. The genie says under control could mean it's burning and not spreading. And then UAE, you can see they had a missile threat about an hour and a half ago, and then they had one about an hour and 45 minutes ago, and they had one about 2 hours ago, and they had one, okay, well, that was, so they had a bunch tonight too. I'll see what kind of updates I can find on this stuff. It's just, it can be tough to find out what's going on in these countries. They're not very free-flowing with information. Now, Iranian state media claims there was a fire at the Bapco refinery in Bahrain. I don't know that that's been confirmed by the government. Also, let's see, state news in Iran. Mer News, which is Iranian state news, claims that Israel and the U.S. attacked Tehran University of Science and Technology. Israel has been launching strikes tonight, we know, in Tehran. It's right now, actually, it's about, oh, did I? I didn't even check the clock. I hope the clock is correct. Hold on. Yes, it is correct. 5:08 a.m. Iran time right now. Where is this? Al Arabiya 5 minutes ago reports interceptions of Iranian attacks in the capital of Bahrain. We'll try to get you more updates from there when we can. I don't think there's been a missile alert in Israel since we've been on the air. Oh no, there was one. There was one missile alert in southern Israel, and reportedly it was one missile that got intercepted. Oh, I missed this before. When one of our viewers had mentioned Saudi Arabia, and then Law Search mentioned to me, I had missed this post from, this is over an hour ago, this post, but Faye Tuck's News had said that flights inbound for a couple of airports in Saudi Arabia were holding, and said this usually happens due to the threat of missiles and drones. That post was from an hour and 15 minutes ago. So I'm also trying to check some of the messages people have been sending me. We haven't even looked at marine traffic yet. We haven't looked at marine traffic. We got to look at marine traffic. See what's going on there. Black Irish said that the first attack, that Prince Sultan Air Base was attacked on the second day of the war. I don't remember that. Was that the one where some... What's the source for this? I don't remember. I know there have reportedly been at least 3 attacks on Prince Sultan Air Base. Maybe there have been more that I forget about. Let's look on marine traffic. Make sure I'm signed in. I got to sign in. Okay, marine traffic time, ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marine traffic. You can go there and track ships. Now, let's go to marine traffic right now. And you're going to see the Strait of Hormuz here. And people like, I think, the satellite map better. There you go. Now, that is looks like a Pakistani ship. Tanker, bulk carrier, Pakistani. Last position track was about 5 hours ago. What's the past track? So that could be, I mean, there have been Pakistani ships allowed through by sometimes by Iran, by Iran. But this ship, I mean, that was 1933 UTC, 1849. So this ship has been going towards here. It's possible that this ship is just off track and it's already going through. Because when ships have been allowed through, they normally go through here. They go around Larak Island. They don't take the normal shipping track through here. They don't take the normal shipping track through here. They go around Larak Island. So this ship might pop up on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz at some point. So that's that one. And then there's this one. That is a Iranian cargo ship. If you can see that there, Iranian cargo ship. Maybe they're letting that go through. I don't know. Past track is... Oh, that came from the, you'll see, it came from the Red Sea. And then it went over here. But that's an Iranian cargo ship. If you missed it, President Trump said that the present which Iran gave him 2 days ago was allowing some, I believe it was Pakistani tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Let me just try to get you something on that. Or was it a gift he called it? Trump said that the present that Iran gave him was that they had allowed multiple oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not sure, because I know Iran has been allowing a handful of ships through. Possibly they might have been paid to allow some of them through. I don't know. President Trump said, they said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. He said the number of tankers ultimately reached 10. And he said, I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. I don't know that any of that oil went to the U.S. though. Let me see if I can pull up here when he said it. I know the event he said it at. I'm just not sure where in the event he said it. So it's possible I can quickly pull it up and just let you see it. This was during the cabinet meeting. But the cabinet meeting is an hour and 40 minutes long, so I'm not going to play the whole cabinet meeting, but maybe I can find the place where he talked about it. If somebody knows the time code from the White House... Oh, I found it. I found the part where he talks about it. Okay, I'm going to show you what President Trump said about this present or gift. This was yesterday. And I need to get it on the screen right now for you. So I'll put it right here. And that is from yesterday. So now I have to put yesterday up. Okay, let me play this for you. Here's what he had to say. Because I know a couple days ago when he talked about getting this present, a bunch of you were saying, what is the present? You were wondering what the present was. I think I have it queued up here.
Supreme Court has really hurt our country too.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want, sir.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor actually, happened to be Fox, but I watched it and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. And I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring.
I wanted to show you that. Just to update you, because people were wondering, a lot of people, what the present was. That's what he said it was. That's what he said. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to show you from yesterday. When did that happen? Hold on a second. I'm going to see if I can find it. I really want to show you this other thing happen. Okay, hold on. I think I can find it here. Okay, that is at 119, I think. I'm going to find this for you. Hang on. All right, I'm going to play you something, but I'm going to play you the question, and then Trump and Pete Hegseth both talk. The question's about Iran, but there's one specific thing I want to make sure you hear, but I'll play you the whole, it's like a couple minutes, just a couple minutes. You get to hear what both him and Hegseth had to say. It's about Iran. Okay, I think it's right here. Here we go. Why am I still hearing this? Okay, here we go.
Good product.
You gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've.
By the way, I don't even think we talked about the 10-day. There's now a 10-day deadline. The new deadline is April 6th. April 6th at 8 p.m. ET, I believe. We can take a look at that after. But here's what President Trump said yesterday.
They've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think, the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So the
Are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
Okay, that's what I wanted to play for you. Now there is some sort of alert, early warning alert for northern Israel. Possible missile alerts coming up, and this is for the north. You can see near the border, northern Israel, early warning alerts here. Everything in the red is an early warning area. Early warning, early warning, early warning. I don't have a Haifa cam. It's even north of Haifa. So, you can check out Intel cams might have something where they show this. You might see it on Intel cams on YouTube. So you can go look there. Hang on a second here. Trying to look at Intel cams. I'm not getting anything. Anyone else having a problem with Intel cams, or is it just on my end? Let's try it again. I'll try refreshing Intel cams. It's the wrong one. I don't have the Middle East one up. Where's the Middle East one? Oh, I can see it now. It's working. So, we expect to see some actual missile sirens happening shortly. But this is again north of it, northern Israel, near the Lebanon border. By the way, thanks to Sparky Gene, I appreciate it. Sparky Gene, we're not going to have special. We're not going to do coverage of the No Kings marches in and of themselves because I anticipate covering this, but I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, if something kind of crazy happens or whatever, extremely, unexpected or significant, we will, or different, we'll cover it. But maybe we'll have some updates about it during during our coverage of the war. Oops, it shouldn't say yesterday. This is live. So you can see there are missile alerts going off, missile sirens in northern Israel, in a couple locations there. Yeah, north of the Sea of Galilee. Andrea Jean mentioned the Sea of Galilee, north of there. I need to thank some more people too, which I will in a second. I don't know. Let me just do a quick check here and see. Oh, sorry. Intel Cams is on your screen. It should not be. There you go. Sorry, it was on for a second. I'm looking at Intel Cams myself. I would encourage you to go check it out on YouTube. But let me just see here. I was going to see if there's any more word about these alerts from Israel. Okay, yes. Well, 7 minutes ago they said launches from Iran. Are there any more alerts? Now I don't see any up there, but there's. I don't know if the situation has ended. I don't believe the incident is declared over yet. But no active sirens right now. Thanks also to Cowboy Bob. Cowboy Bob says the U.S. target is Bandar Abbas, Iran. Will wait for 11th MEU Marine Expeditionary Unit, late April, age-old war game, and the exact force package, says Cowboy Bob. Thanks, Cowboy Bob. Thanks also to Afton Dill. Afton Dill, I have not heard any statement from anyone in the U.S. government on the record or military yet about the reported attack in Saudi Arabia that reportedly wounded at least 10 U.S. troops and damaged planes. We'll see what we hear. Thank you also, Dickens. Thank you so much. Gamer Dude. Thank you, Gamer Dude. Inhalation Aerosol. Thank you. Live Animal from India. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't even mentioned that story. We might mention it briefly in a couple of minutes. The thing about the emails of an Iranian hacker group said they hacked Kash Patel's personal email when it was emails from several years ago. So we'll talk about that in a second. Thank you, Live Animal. Kelly Me. Thank you, Kelly Me. I appreciate it. Tooth THRHR, thank you. Limbo 271100, who says petrol in the Netherlands is now $2.63 per liter. Where is the, hold on. Should be getting some sound from the video. Thank you also to Disco Inferno over there on Twitch for subscribing. One moment here. We didn't even get to finish looking at marine traffic. Here, you can see this right here. Pro-Iranian group claims credit for hack of FBI Director Kash Patel's personal account. A pro-Iranian hacking group claimed to have hacked an account of FBI Director Kash Patel and posted online what appear to be years-old photographs of him, along with a work resume and other personal documents dating back more than a decade. A message from the group said, Kash Patel, the current head of the FBI, who once saw his name displayed with pride on the agency's headquarters, will now find his name among the list of successfully hacked victims. The message was accompanied by a collection of photographs of Patel, including ones of him standing beside an antique sports car and another with a cigar in his mouth. The group said it was making available for download emails and other documents from Patel's account. Many of the records appeared to relate to his personal travels and business from more than 10 years ago. The FBI said it had taken all necessary steps to mitigate potential risks associated with this activity, and said the information in question is historical in nature and involves no government information. The Trump administration is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information leading to the identification of members of the Handala hacking group, an entity, it says, that has frequently targeted U.S. government officials. Handala is a pro-Iranian, pro-Palestinian hacking group that earlier this month claimed credit for disrupting systems at Stryker, a Michigan-based medical technology company. Handala said that attack was in retaliation for suspected U.S. strikes that killed Iranian school children. I believe that there's a suspected connection between Handala and the Iranian government. So this is a post from July 19th from the U.S. Department of Justice. They say, hold on. That's about Handala domains. I want to give you... the New York Times has an article from today that says Handala is associated with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security. Oh, hearing some coyotes or something, I think. Listen. Or hyenas or something. One of our viewers says jackals. N12 News says that the northern Israel missile alerts were due to there was fire coming from Iran and Lebanon, but hits were identified in open areas. So missiles or rockets, the Israeli government allows those to hit open areas if they're not threatening anyone. I think he's watching TV. We gotta turn that down. Seeing another video. I just saw a video, well, I think it's the same one that was floating around earlier, maybe. There's a video floating around supposedly showing an Iranian missile hitting a target in Bahrain. But that might be from earlier tonight. Oh, somebody wanted to see the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. We can show you that. No, I don't have any updates on the attack on the U.S. base. Oh, and I should show you Trump's post about the new deadline. Also update the headline. The Trump deadline that he gave to, that he's extended twice now to Iran. JD63 says it ended up being 2 more weeks after all. So this was yesterday, right? This was yesterday in the afternoon when President Trump said, if you remember, yesterday in the afternoon, as per Iranian government request, he says, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Pine Green says, are we still paying attention to these deadlines? Sean thinks they're going to escalate and go long. I think that's what Sean's saying the U.S. is going to do. Mantrope thinks it was all for the markets. There was a bunch of talk about this yesterday because the markets did not do well yesterday, and President Trump posted this 11 minutes after the stock market closed. I can't say what was in his head when he posted this. The stock market had one of its worst days on the year on Thursday. And then he posted that about the deadline. And then, oh, I have an update for you, by the way. The Wall Street Journal now reports 12 troops were injured in the strike on the Saudi airbase, including 2 seriously. 2 suffered significant injuries while 10 were concussed, one of the officials said. They were inside a building on the base that was struck in the attack. Multiple refueling aircraft, U.S. refueling aircraft, were damaged. At least 1 missile and several drones hit the base. So the Wall Street Journal says there were 12 injuries in that attack today, and 12 U.S. soldiers injured, and 10 were concussed, and 2 were significantly injured. Also, Iran claimed, as we said before, that Israel hit 2 of Iran's largest steel plants, including Mobaraka Steel in Isfahan and Khuzestan Steel in Avaz. Tim Bahrain says, yep, talks are going very well. Pause strikes while they are firing multiple missiles and drones, and our troops are getting hurt or killed. Now, the U.S. hasn't, they paused the strikes, he said, these proposed strikes on their energy facilities. But I mean, we know Israel has still been hitting Iran tonight. Maybe the U.S. has been too. Oh, regarding the 10,000 troops being deployed, that's a Wall Street Journal report that I told you about earlier that says that the Wall Street Journal says President Trump is considering, the Pentagon is considering whether to send another 10,000 ground troops. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, Black Irish mentioned to me that there's a story that we probably talked about this weeks ago, that the Army had said that a U.S. soldier had died. I think he was the 7th one who was announced to have died. And that was the day after the war started. And it was an attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base. The same one that was hit, according to the Wall Street Journal today. Thanks, Black Irish. I didn't see that before. So that air base has had at least one attack where a soldier was killed the day after the war started. And the Wall Street Journal says it was attacked today, and 12 troops injured. And there was also, I believe the Wall Street Journal said there was an attack on the same base, and 5 planes were just damaged, I think a couple weeks ago. And then CBS News says there was another attack on that base earlier this week where 14 people were injured, but unclear what nationality. Now that would be 4 attacks on the base. By the way, the George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier is headed towards the Middle East. That was scheduled before. That's not a surprise. But that will be the 3rd one in the region. But remember, the Gerald R. Ford is undergoing repairs after a fire. And ABC News says it's unclear if the Ford will return to the CENTCOM area of operations after repairs, or if it'll stay in the Eastern Mediterranean. Yes, the fire, some of our viewers are saying that reportedly started in the laundry area. According to the military, I believe they said that. This is interesting. I saw a quote from Marco Rubio from today. Do I have the actual... I might have the actual remarks here. Transcript. Let's see. You know, Rubio, there's a reporter for Financial Times, Abigail House-Lohner, said that Rubio told the G7 that the U.S. is not expecting the Strait to reopen to traffic as usual by the end of the war. After this thing ends, one of the immediate challenges we're going to face is Iran may decide that they want to set up a tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz. But then he also said that was unacceptable. I'm looking at his remarks right now. And he said, I'm looking at remarks he said to the press today. I believe this was today. Yes, this was today. And he said, there are some in the Iranian regime that are going around saying that they want to make the Strait of Hormuz tolling thing. They want to make it permanent. Rubio said, that's unacceptable. The whole world should be outraged by it. We're impacted by it a little bit, but the rest of the world is impacted it by a lot more, including many of the countries represented today here at the G7. And so if these countries are deeply impacted by it, all we've said is you guys need to do something about it. We'll help you. But you guys are going to need to be ready to do something about, because when this conflict ends and this operation ends, if the Iranians decide, well, now we control the Straits of Hormuz, and you can only go through here if you pay us, and we allow you to. That's not only is it illegal under international law and maritime law, it's unacceptable, and that can't be allowed to exist, Rubio said. And so what we have said, Rubio said, is that the countries that are most impacted by this, that should be willing to do something about it, and will help them. He said this earlier today. He was answering questions. I believe in France. Was he meeting with G7 nations or something? This was in France. The Department of State released this transcript. Oh, there's a story on it. Hold on. Video for it too. Rubio says Iran war to last weeks, not months. No ground troops needed. I'm going to get you that video so you can see it. Hold on. Secretary of State Rubio said today that the U.S. expects its military operations against Iran to conclude within weeks, not months. Meanwhile, an Iranian attack on an airbase in Saudi Arabia seriously wounded 2 U.S. military personnel and injured another 10. Here, let me show you this video here that goes along with that article. If I can. Here it is. Oopsie. Hang on.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Friday the United States could achieve its objectives in Iran without the use of...
Hold on one moment. We'll get it for you now. We're about to get you the video from that story.
The United States could achieve its objectives in Iran without the use of any ground. State Marco Rubio.
Here we go. Here is the video from Reuters about what Rubio was saying today for you to see. Here we go.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Friday the United States could achieve its objectives in Iran without the use of any ground troops. He also said he expected the operation to conclude in a matter of weeks, despite recent deployments of additional forces to the region.
As the Department of War has consistently outlined, we are on or ahead of schedule in that operation and expect to conclude it at the appropriate time here in a matter of weeks, not months. And the progress is going very well. Obviously, we have some work to do. We have to finish the job, and we are finishing that job.
Rubio spoke to reporters after meeting with G7 foreign ministers in France to discuss the conflict launched by the U.S. and Israel late last month. He said Iran may decide to set up a tolling system for the Strait of Hormuz and insisted that European and Asian countries that benefit from trade through the waterway should contribute to efforts to secure free passage through the strait once the conflict ends. This comes on the same day that 2 Chinese container ships turned back after trying to exit the Gulf via the strait, as indicated by the green triangles in this ship tracking data, despite assurances from Iran that Chinese vessels could pass. The operator of the ships was not immediately available for comment. Iranian state media reported Friday that 3 container ships of various nationalities were turned back from the Strait of Hormuz after warnings from the Revolutionary Guard's naval force. The war and the effective closure of the waterway that about a fifth of the world's oil and gas traverses have led to a surge in oil prices as the conflict continues. Benchmark Brent futures have risen more than 50% since the war began and briefly topped $119 a barrel last week after Iran attacked energy targets across the Middle East and threatened vessels attempting to sail through the strait. Some analysts polled by Reuters said oil could hit $200 a barrel if Iranian export facilities are damaged. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Friday the United States could achieve its objectives in Iran without...
You know, it's interesting that the administration, we heard Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, a couple times in the press briefing a few days ago, kept saying 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, we're on track. It's like they have this fixed schedule. It's interesting to hear it talked about as if like, I guess normally you'd think of a war as like, well, you want to accomplish a certain thing. not necessarily on a schedule, but they've been mentioning this schedule. We'll see what happens. We'll see if it's weeks. Well, we're just about at 4 weeks. Hey, we're almost at 4 weeks. Week 5 is starting in 2.5 hours, basically. Daisy Clementine Love, our viewer, says still on schedule. Some of our viewers said there's another missile alert in the UAE. Obsidian thinks it'll be years. Hang on. 2 weeks plus 2 weeks, etc. Says, I think it was McMahon or something. Week 5 is coming up. No, one of our viewers, Harvey, says they keep moving the goalposts. Yes, another missile threat in the UAE. They had several of these earlier this evening, and they are reporting another missile threat. Air defense systems are currently responding to another missile threat in the UAE. Ladina says every 2 weeks for the next 52 weeks. Tiger Woods' mugshot has been released, by the way, after his DUI arrest. I'll post a link in the chat. BNO News and others posted it. Thanks, by the way, to John Deeds for your support. I appreciate it, John Deeds. Also, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell said, Trump also said, I will end it when I feel it in my bones. Mitchell says, so when the arthritis really kicks in, I guess it'll be all over. Thank you also. No, Shadow Fox. Shadow Fox says a number of U.S. Marines captured on Karg Island during a failed landing attempt. Is this true? Given that I have not seen that literally anywhere besides your message, I'm going to say it's not true. Thank you, Shadow Fox, though, for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Also, Sean R. for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Sean R. Also, Billy Cusack. I don't know if I thanked Billy before. Thank you, Billy Cusack. The conference hasn't happened yet. It's coming up. Billy, thank you. And Greg Pondell. I think I thanked Greg before, but thanks again, Greg. Via Thomas says, why are we spending so much money on Israel? Oh, I have the volume down here, sorry. Let's see. Let's go to marine traffic and do the last 24 hours of marine traffic tracking in the Strait of Hormuz. Marinetraffic.com. Marinetraffic.com. It's like a flight tracker, but for ships. Ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So I'm going to play the last 24 hours in the Strait. Playback, date range, custom, 24-hour period. And hold on, what I'll do is I'll put I wish I could move the timeline. I'll put the timeline on the top. Here, there's the timeline right there. I got to speed it up, though. It's not fast enough. All right, so this is this one of these ships that turned around? Hold on. Yes, those are the ships that turned around. There were three, I think they were ultra large tankers. They're Chinese tankers. And it looked like they were going to go through, but they didn't. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why they headed there and then turn down the speed a little bit here. So that's two of them. They got all the way to Larak Island. Then they just were turned back somehow for some reason. There they go. Bye. There were three ships like that that didn't make it through. Don't know why. All right, so let's keep watching here. You can see the timeline on the top. See up here? Up here, you should be able to see it up here. It's 24 hours worth. Not much other activity on camera at the moment from that period of the day. We're gradually moving forward on the timeline there. Probably about 6 hours in to the last 24 hours. Maybe I'll speed it up a little bit. Speed it up a little bit. Okay. Oh, now this ship here, there's the ship Tiara. I don't know if that ship went through the other way, the one called Tiara. Sometimes they stop being tracked in the maybe they turn off their transponders in the middle, I'm not sure. We'll have to look up Tiara. Then there's another ship called Saphira. Look at Saphira coming up. See Saphira? I'll have to look up that one too. Now, oh, but that turned around as well. That might have been another one of the, was that another one of the tankers? Because that one turned around. Then there's Genevieve. I mean, not a lot of activity, as you can see, the last 24 hours. I think is red and green just the speed they're moving at, maybe? I'm not sure. I got to look that up. Now, some of these, like Bahout, I need to look up their past track. The bird noises are coming from the Beirut stream. Let's look up that ship. So that's the last 24 hours. You just saw it. Okay. Let's look up the ship Saphira. Now that's current. What is red versus... I don't even know what red versus green is. Oh, oil tanker versus bulk carrier, one of our viewers said. Is that what it is? There's a key here somewhere. I really should look it up. Where's the key? Weather density playback. Voyage planner. Layers. Layers? Let's give it to you. How about key? I got to look it up. What was that ship I was going to look up? Saphira? Saphira. Was that the one? That is a livestock carrier under the flag of Antigua and something. So did that go through the strait? Let's see. Saphira, past track. Yeah, so I don't know if this ship was trying to go through too, the Saphira, which is a livestock carrier. It got pretty close too, and then it just turned around, as you can see. There's the route for Saphira. Can I do the play of the route? Let's see here. Will it work? Yeah, see, it got up there, and then it just turned around. Back to the port, said one of our viewers, said NTO, I think it was. Or N, I think. But again, that's the Saphira ship. And look, Saphira is a livestock carrier under a flag of Antigua and Barbuda. Maybe a lot of livestock on it. Tuwan says livestock carriers crazy. Anyway, so you can check out marinetraffic.com. It's like Noah's Ark, said one of our viewers. Now, where is, what just happened here? Oh, this up here. All right. Oh, wow. J.D. Walker said, moving through the Strait of Hormuz. I better not do the livestock carrier again, because that's what happens when I do it. Yes, the color of each vessel icon on marine traffic notates the subject vessel's type, says Marine Traffic. You may use the live map toolbar filters to choose. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this on Marine Traffic here. If I can pull it up for you, I'm going to show you. So back to marine traffic for the moment, and if we look at the Strait of Hormuz there, and what I can do is pull up the filters. Oh, can you, ship type. Oh, can you see this? Look at the top right corner. See, those are the colors. We got green cargo, red tanker, blue passenger vessel, yellow high-speed craft, light blue tugs and special craft. Also, we have fishing, pleasure craft, navigation aids, and unspecified ships. There you go. Okay. Give me a moment. Hang on. I gotta plug this in. Sorry. Almost nothing to see here, said Armageddon. Yeah, I know. It's been not that much traffic there. Now, hang on. Hey, thanks Brian Davio and Lisa Perkins for the Facebook stars. Triangle is when they're stopped, is when they're moving, and the direction they're moving in. Circle is when it's stopped. Like that's a circle, it's 0.2 knots. That's red, and that's an arrow, and it's 7.5 knots. So the triangle means it's moving, plus the direction. Circle is stopped. marinetraffic.com. CNN is also now reporting that attack on the base in Saudi Arabia that lots of other outlets are reporting. CNN says at least 10 service members from the U.S. were injured in an Iranian attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now CNN has an update on the injuries. They say at least 2 of the injured had shrapnel wounds that are considered not life-threatening, and several other service members were impacted. Also, CNN says a refueler tanker aircraft was damaged. The Wall Street Journal says multiple aircraft were damaged, refueling aircraft. And Wall Street Journal said the attack involved a missile and drones. Let me check for some other updates here. Where is this? There's a headline on Financial Times now, global markets recoil as Marco Rubio warns war in Iran could stretch for weeks. He did say weeks today. He said that the war would end in a matter of weeks, not months. He said the conflict could carry on for an additional 2 to 4 weeks, says Financial Times. And the Financial Times says stocks sold off on Friday, second steep day of fall in a row, as traders recoiled at the possibility that the war was unlikely to end soon. Shipping through the Strait of Hormuz has dropped by 97% during the war. In the previous equivalent time period, 1,743 tankers went through the strait. During the war, 32 tankers have gone through the strait. Our viewer, Buy Your Own, says dozens or hundreds of weeks is technically still weeks. I do think something that you need to that people need to be thinking about is if President Trump decides to escalate things, which may happen because all these troops are heading to the Middle East now, right? More troops. If he decides to escalate things with troops, doing who knows what, trying to take Karg Island or something. Remember, the Houthis said today that their finger was on the trigger to get directly military involved. And one of the things they would get involved for, they said, is if the U.S. and Israel escalate against Iran. So if we have a U.S. escalation, will we then have, yes, as one of our viewers, Barry says, the Houthis try to close the Red Sea by attacking shipping in the Red Sea? Which would, I think, you'd see a huge oil price increase if that happened. Sharkingly thinks it seems inevitable. Ooh, interesting. I saw an interesting claim by Institute for the Study of War that I want to mention. Evelyn in Maine just mentioned it too. Is this... Hold on. So there's an update today from the Institute for the Study of War on what's going on with Iran. And I'm going to mention a couple things from it. I will post a link with the whole article in the chat. You can find it at understandingwar.org. So I'm posting the link in the chat. One thing they say is Iran may be attempting to maximize the effects of its limited capacity to launch large missile salvos at Israel by launching small missile salvos throughout the day to impose psychological effects on Israeli civilians by consistently forcing them to take shelter and keeping the country under constant alert. I think some of our viewers have talked about this. I mean, it seems to me that most of their missile attacks on Israel are one missile or a couple missiles. A lot of times it's one missile. But, you do that, and all of these people need to, go into their shelters, big alerts and everything. Now, some of these missiles have killed people too. So the ISW says that Iran has launched between 5 and 11 missile barrages at Israel per day over the past week. That means, and the IDF said Iran has launched about 10 missiles per day at Israel, which suggests each barrage is either a single missile or a small number of missiles. They are spreading out their launches throughout the day, often pausing for several hours between launches. Missiles take about 10 minutes to reach Israel once launched. Spreading out the missile launches over a long period of time presumably increases the number of times per day Israeli civilians must seek shelter. They also say such a strategy is suboptimal and likely reflects the U.S.-Israeli combined forces' degradation of Iran's ability to launch large-scale missile attacks. ISW says Iran has long sought to overwhelm Israeli air defenses through large missile and drone strike packages. I mean, I know from, last year and the year before, if I remember correctly, you had occasions where Iran would launch a lot of missiles at once. They say Iran launched hundreds of ballistic and cruise missiles and one-way attack drones targeting Israel in April and October 2024. The decline could also reflect a deliberate Iranian strategy to protect their missile launchers from combined force airstrikes by only fielding a small number of launchers at a time. Makes sense too. They also say Iran is, hold on. Institute for Study of War says Iran has increasingly used cluster munitions in its attacks on Israel during the war, which likely reflects Iran's inability to meaningfully threaten discrete military targets in Israel and efforts to inflict psychological effects on Israeli civilians. Cluster munitions disperse over a wide area and are intended to maximize damage. In a sense, but I read an article that said a couple weeks ago said each submunition in the cluster munition has about the damage power of a grenade. The article said. So one of the submunitions would have less damage than like a normal missile warhead. That's not a cluster would, but it can put damage in multiple areas. Also, I believe if I remember right, we read an article about cluster warheads a couple weeks ago, but they separate, and then once they separate, you can't just intercept the missile because now you have about 24 different cluster munitions flying through the air. The article from a couple weeks ago, I'd have to look up about the cluster munitions. The one a couple weeks ago said a couple dozen, but I don't know. The IDF said on March 10 around 50% of the missiles Iran was firing at Israel contained cluster munition warheads. This has increased to around 70%. Okay. If you go to this article, they actually have graphs of how many Iranian missiles and drones have been fired at the UAE over time, and at Kuwait over time, and at Bahrain over time, and at Saudi Arabia over time. You can look those up at the Institute of Study of War article. Yeah, I'll post a link to the article from Reuters about the cluster munitions. That was from about a week ago. And a couple things they said is, they said these cluster missiles. An Israeli military official said Iranian cluster warheads have about 24 submunitions, each containing approximately 2 to 5 kilograms of explosives. They break apart at an altitude of 7 to 10 kilometers above the ground, creating dozens of separate impact sites. Its effect is similar to each submunition's effect is similar to the explosion of a grenade. To prevent damage, said an expert in this article, they must be intercepted above the atmosphere as far as possible from the target area. There's no other way, because once the cluster bombs are released in the atmosphere, you cannot intercept them. Hey, it's getting light out. Grenades that flip cars. There was a video of a car being flipped. I don't know if I have that video here. From one of the, I believe, a cluster munition. Yeah, so again, I can't speak for all the missiles. I just, in that one article, that's what was said. But maybe there's some cluster munitions where they're greater than that. Barry says the kinetic energy would add a lot of power. Oh, by the way, thank you so much to, first of all, Roger Shoemaker says a beautiful morning on that shot from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much to, I got to shout out a couple people here. Thank you to T88. Hey, T88, that's really kind of you. Thanks for all your support. That's really nice of you. T88 says, it seems we are heading towards escalation. I still support our president in his plan. Thank you, T88. Also very nice of you, G2TFL, who says, I think President Trump may be asked to authorize the use of thermobaric weapons against Iran. That's what GT2TFL says. I have not really heard those discussed in the context of this conflict. Thermobaric weapons, or called an aerosol bomb or a vacuum bomb as well, is a type of explosive munition that works by dispersing an aerosol cloud of gas, liquid, or powdered explosives. This allows the chemical combustion to proceed using the atmospheric oxygen. International law does not prohibit the use of thermobaric weapons, fuel air explosive devices, or vacuum bombs against military targets. As of 2024 March, all past attempts to regulate or restrict thermobaric weapons have failed. HMN says thermobaric are savage. Gemini AI says they release a fuel cloud which ignites and consumes atmospheric oxygen, creating a high-temperature, long-duration shock wave. Designed for maximum destruction in enclosed spaces like bunkers and tunnels, they produce severe thermal and pressure injuries. Thank you again, G2FL. Also, G2FL, thank you again. G2FL thinks President Trump might keep extending his deadline. G2FL might keep extending his deadline until after the USS Gerald R. Ford returns to service. That's what G2FL thinks. We don't know if that's going to return to the region or not. It's currently getting repairs for the fire. Hey, thanks Joe9611 for your support. Joe says it's about maintaining the U.S. dominance of the petrodollar, also nukes Trump track record with foreign relations. I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Thank you also again, TE88, for your support. Very kind of you. Terrapin Station, thanks for being a member. Fairy Mom, I haven't heard anything about this. Some of our viewers talked about a CNN crew held in custody. Is that in Iran? Is that true? I hadn't seen reports about it. I don't know where people are hearing this. Again, I don't know where that report is coming from. I haven't seen it. Some viewers have said it. Oh, in Israel? Oh, in Israel, not Iran. In Israel, I'm sorry. She had asked about Israel. Fairy Mom. Oh, CNN said that 12 hours after Israeli settlers brutally attacked several Palestinians and established a new illegal outpost in their village, the Israeli military stepped in, but instead of detaining settlers or dismantling the illegal outpost, the soldiers targeted the Palestinian residents of Taysir and a CNN team. They said one of the soldiers put a CNN photojournalist in a chokehold. And the crew was detained. And they were detained for 2 hours. If you want to read about that, you can go to CNN. The article is Israeli soldiers echo settler ideology, talk of revenge after targeting Palestinians and detaining CNN crew in the West Bank. Thank you, Fairy Mom, again. Also thanks to EJ Rod for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Cece, for your support on Twitch. Thanks, Buy Your Own, who gave 5 gift subs on Twitch. That's really nice of you. Shout out to all of our moderators, too. On Facebook, on Twitch, Idaho Star, Surly Dev, I Got That Fire. Linda Belk, Misha Larry on X, Ruth over there. Thank you so much, Ruth. And Beth Mythical, who are moderating on YouTube. Big thank you. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. Huge shout out to them. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. On Facebook, on Twitch, Beth Mythical, who are moderating on YouTube. Big thank you. Of me. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder on Facebook. Thanks, David Brazier, again, for the Facebook stars. Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Facebook stars. David Brigier. Thank you, David, for all the Facebook stars. It's very nice of you. David gave a bunch of Facebook stars. Thanks, Juliana Martin, for subscribing over on Facebook. And Brian Daviow. All right. It is, right now it's about 5:11 Israel time and 5:11 Beirut time. Maybe I'll put Israel time up there. What do you think about that? Because we're looking at an Israel camera. Gary Bain says things are winding down there. Now, it's weird. You just can't tell. I mean, sometimes we finish a stream and I go to bed, and then when I wake up, I see all this stuff has happened while I was asleep. So you just don't know when things are going to happen. Missile early warnings? Yes. Tel Aviv early missile warning. So let us get the Tel Aviv camera full screen here. I don't know if... Oh. I got to get the other Tel Aviv camera. Hold on. There's a second Tel Aviv camera. That's the one I need to get. Wait. Wait. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the other Tel Aviv camera? Hold on. Need it? Because this one's, I bet one of them is going to go away. One of them will get censored. Do I have the other one? Turn this off. Turn the volume up on this one. Yes, I have the second one. I have both Tel Aviv cameras coming up for you. Where is it? Now I need... There. Those are both Tel Aviv. Because there's a Tel Aviv early warning. Let's get rid of the volume here. All right. Tel Aviv early warning. You can see over here that there is a Tel Aviv, everything in the red is early warning. So we're looking at two Tel Aviv cameras, but I bet at least the top one is going to get censored. I'm hoping the bottom one zooms in and we can at least hear the sound. Oh, how about the other camera? Who's the other camera? Kat Miowski's camera. What about Kat Miowski's camera? Kat Miowski's in Tel Aviv, and we can use Kat Miowski's camera. Where is it here? I wrote it down. I got it. I got Kat Miowski's camera too. I'll put that up as number. It's too loud. Too loud. I'm going to post a link to Kat Miowski's camera. Okay, I'm posting a link to Kat Miowski's camera. Kat Miowski on YouTube. I just posted the link to Kat Miowski's camera. Why is it doing this? What did I just do? It just got messed up. Hold on. Let's try this again. Just want the main camera. Let's try this one more time. I don't need the other part. Just want the main camera. It's the Kat Miowski camera. The Kat Miowski camera might stay up, though, the whole time, as opposed to the other two. Again, I'll post a link to Kat Miowski as well, the camera. I have now posted the link a second time. But we don't have alerts yet. The top camera is going to go away. I'm pretty sure of that when the sirens start. Maybe the top and the bottom camera. All right, the alerts are there, including Tel Aviv. Alerts include Tel Aviv, as you can see right there. See Tel Aviv and north of Tel Aviv? So we have alerts. So I expect to hear sirens soon, but we may lose 2 of these 3 cameras. Let's see if any of the cameras stay on. I have the volume on, but normally you lose the cameras on the Reuters and the AFP. Well, Reuters if it doesn't zoom in. AFP definitely. I'm hearing sirens. I'm hearing sirens. I am hearing sirens. All the cameras are still up for some reason. They're going to get shut off soon. All right, that one zoomed in. That camera zoomed in. Okay. This one's still big. Do I see anything anywhere? I don't see anything. Oh, that one. They killed the AFP camera. All right, they got rid of the AFP camera. Hold on. Nope, not that one. Which one? All right, so this one I have to get rid of. But we have 2 up there. We're hearing sirens. We were hearing sirens. Was anything on Intel cams? Anything on Intel cams? Anything? Anyone? Nothing? Trail on Intel cam? Now, all but a couple have gone away on the map. We got to hear some sirens, though. Oh, it says temporary owl cam, whatever that is, on Intel cams. I'll have to check and see what happened, but doesn't seem like we saw much. Okay, so the alerts are over in Tel Aviv right now. So let me get rid of Kat Miowski for now. And let me check what we're seeing in terms of the media in Israel reporting. There was a rocket alert in northern Israel. Almog Boker in Israel, reporter says apparently a cluster missile was intercepted. That's according to Almog Boker. Truthway says 4 weeks of this already. We're almost into week 5. Thanks to Kat Miowski for letting us check out their feed. Oh, we never talked about the Tomahawk missiles. I want to talk about the Tomahawk missiles. We'll talk about that. I'm going to turn down the volume on this. Let's talk about the Tomahawk missiles. One moment, please. Where am I here? That's the zoomed in Tel Aviv cam you're looking at. Oh, I also have an update from them on the attack on the U.S. base. I'll show you that as well. So Washington Post has their own report on the attack on the Saudi airbase. They say at least 10 U.S. troops were injured Friday too seriously in an Iranian attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The strike on the heavily defended base also damaged at least 2 Air Force refueling aircraft. The attack was also reported by the Wall Street Journal and the CBS News, and others. Okay, and you can also see they have an article today. U.S. uses hundreds of Tomahawk missiles on Iran, alarming some at Pentagon. They say the U.S. military has fired more than 850 Tomahawk cruise missiles in 4 weeks of war, burning through the precision weapons at a rate that has alarmed some Pentagon officials and prompted internal discussions about how to make more available. The missiles, which can be launched from Navy surface warships and submarines, have been a staple of U.S. military attacks since they were first used in combat in 1991 during the Persian Gulf War, but only a few hundred are manufactured each year. Only a few hundred each year, meaning the global supply is limited. 850 around have been used in a month. The Pentagon does not publicly disclose how many are in its inventory at any one time. Tomahawks are prized in part because they can travel more than 1,000 miles, reducing the need to send American pilots into well-defended airspace. The heavy reliance on them in the Iran conflict will require urgent discussions about whether to relocate some from other parts of the world, and a concerted long-time effort to build more, said several U.S. officials. The dilemma has laid bare broader concerns in both the Pentagon and Congress about the Trump administration's war in Iran and the risks a shortage of the missiles could pose to the U.S. as it balances the potential for future conflict in other parts of the world. And it comes as the White House deliberates over a possible major escalation in Iran. The Pentagon, says the Washington Post, has tracked the number of Tomahawks used with an increasing focus on what the burn rate will mean not only for a sustained campaign against Iran, but for future military operations. One official characterized the number of Tomahawks left in the Middle East as alarmingly low, while another said that without intervention, the Pentagon is closing in on Winchester, military slang meaning out of ammunition, for its supply of Tomahawk missiles in the Middle East. A Pentagon spokesman did not directly address questions about the number of Tomahawk missiles expended or remaining, and said the U.S. military has everything it needs to execute any mission at the time and place that the president's choosing on any timeline. The Pentagon spokesman asserted that the news media is biased and obsessed with portraying the world's strongest military as weak, and said the scrutiny of weapons employment to date in the war inaccurately suggests that the Defense Department has failed to provide U.S. personnel every advantage to be successful while attempting to frighten and sow doubt in the minds of the American people. The Financial Times reported earlier that the Pentagon has burned through years of Tomahawk missiles in Iran without specifying how many. Interesting. The most recent versions of the missile can cost as much as $3.6 million apiece and require up to 2 years to build. In recent years, the Navy have been purchasing Tomahawks in small batches, with just 57 included in last year's defense budget. Many of the 850 plus that were expended in the Iran conflict in the last month, were fired in the opening days, people familiar with the matter said. The Washington Post also says Mackenzie Eaglin, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, said before Operation Epic Fury began, the Navy probably had between 4,000 and 4,500 Tomahawk missiles on hand. Other naval analysts have said the number could be much lower, perhaps closer to 3,000. Mark Kansian, a senior advisor at Center for Strategic International Studies, said if the military has fired more than 800 against Iran, that would be about a quarter of the total inventory and would leave a large gap for a conflict in the Western Pacific. It would take several years to replenish these, he said. The Navy has purchased almost 9,000 Tomahawks over the lifetime of the missile program. It is built by Raytheon with help from other manufacturers. Excuse me. Again, that is from the Washington Post reporting on Tomahawk missile use. Oh, was it a false alarm? One of our viewers said the last one. Let me look that up. Did it say? Well, no reports of casualties or damage. I'll tell you that. I'm seeing that. I don't know if it was a false alarm, but I've seen reported no reports of casualties or damage from the latest missile launch. Normally, if it's there we go. There's Tel Aviv. It's back. Normally, oh, sorry. What I want to do is this. There's Beirut and there's Tel Aviv. Normally, if it's a false alarm, the military, I think, says something about it. We got to get the other camera back up. Where it is, where? That's that one, but we want to get it small. Turn some volume on. Beirut and Tel Aviv. That guy from that thing says, we are so winning this. Macha Morrigan says, why would Trump give Iran a week's notice that we're going to land ground troops on an island? Now, he hasn't specifically said that. So you might think, well, with all these delays, Iran has warning something is coming or might be coming, but President Trump has not specified what might happen. I mean, I guess you could ask if there eventually is a ground operation, could it have been done without all of the buildup or public buildup? Oh, I guess it wasn't a false alarm because N12 News just posted a video of an apparent interception of a missile during the last warning. Brazil Hawk says you can't know what's going on in Trump's mind. Oh, I have to time somebody out. Oh, they're saying the Revolutionary Guard said it. I don't know that they did, but if they did, I think that's probably a fake. I don't see that report. Oh, Israel time switched, I guess. One of the viewers mentioned that daylight savings in Israel, it was, okay, Friday this just happened, Friday the 27th in Israel, the clock springed forward. Oh, I didn't realize this. So it is now 6:36 there. Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. It is 6:36 in Israel. Let's go, says DTRG. Oh, something from the Abu Dhabi media office. Hold on. Abu Dhabi media? Where is it here? I know I follow them. They're reporting Abu Dhabi says the authorities are handling 2 incidents of fire that broke out in Abu Dhabi. Okay, so this is what they say. The state media of Abu Dhabi. I'll read you what they say. Abu Dhabi state media. Okay, here's what Abu Dhabi state's media says in the UAE. Ready? They say the competent authorities in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi are handling the 2 incidents of fires that broke out in the vicinity of the Khalifa Economic Zone's Abu Dhabi, resulting from, they say, the fall of debris following the successful interception of a ballistic missile by air defenses, and you will be provided with updates as soon as they become available. Now, I don't know what happened. I frequently see when some of these Gulf countries announce damage, they seem to say a lot of the time it's from debris from an interception. I don't know if that's true or if they just don't like saying that a missile hit directly. I can't tell you. But I do feel there have been other times when we saw where they say there's been damage, but it's from debris from an interception. So I can't tell you what happened here. Our viewer Thorea says always the latter. But they're saying there were 2 fires that broke out. I don't know what the deal with these fires is, where they were. Austin Batman says to them there is never a direct missile hit. Jonathan Sharp thinks they downplay everything. Gummy thinks no truth is coming out of these authoritarian regimes. I don't know if Abu Dhabi is considered an authoritarian regime. Authoritarian is a pretty strong claim. Maybe you don't mean it in a very strong sense. Hold on. Let's see. Now, I wanted to do a little more research on this question about Abu Dhabi. I'm not an expert on Abu Dhabi. So I asked, let's see here, because I'd like to give you a little background here. So, for example, Wikipedia talks about the government. Let's see here. History. Hold on. They say individual rights such as the freedoms of assembly, association, expression, and the freedom of the press are severely repressed. Now, who is that quote from? Human rights organizations consider the UAE, substandard on human rights, ranking low in the Human Freedom Index due to reports of government critics being imprisoned and tortured, families harassed by the state security apparatus, and cases of forced disappearances. This is a report from the International Center for Justice and Human Rights. They say the UAE in 2020, I think this is from 2022. They say the UAE has been ranked 119 in the 2016 World Press Freedom Index. Let's see here. What else can I? So that's a Wikipedia article. Okay, so Wikipedia says the UAE is an authoritarian state, but generally liberal by regional standards. All right. So there's Wikipedia using the word authoritarian. For what it's, again, I'm not an expert on the UAE. I'm just trying to give you a little background here because I made a comment about it, but wanted to see what was being said about it in different contexts. So Human Rights Watch says that the UAE imposes severe restrictions on free expression, association, and assembly, enforcing a zero-tolerance policy toward government criticism through invasive domestic and international surveillance. This has led to widespread self-censorship and the dismantling of independent civil society. Many government critics are serving long prison sentences after unfair trials based on vague charges that violate their fundamental rights. The UAE uses its federal penal code and cybercrime law to silence dissent and restrict free speech, both online and offline. These broadly worded laws have been used to criminalize peaceful criticism, leading to the imprisonment of citizens and residents over social media posts and eroding civic space as a result. That's what Human Rights Watch says. I will say also that Gemini AI says it is often called liberal compared to some of its neighbors because it allows a high degree of social and economic freedom. Like you can find alcohol in hotels, women have significant roles in the workforce, and multiple religions are practiced openly. I will also say that Gemini AI says the government and its supporters in the UAE argue their system is a unique, successful model of tribal democracy or consultative monarchy. It is a monarchy, by the way. A hereditary form of government in which political power is legally passed on to the family members of the monarch, head of state who rules for life. That's how Wikipedia describes monarchy. One of our viewers pointed this out. Interesting fact. Native Emiratis. Is that from the UAE or anywhere in Abu Dhabi? Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking about Abu Dhabi. We were talking about the UAE in general. Sorry. My brain got messed up. Native UAE residents, native Emiratis, account for about 11.5% of the population. People who immigrated to the UAE count for about 89% of the population. I'll have to read some more about the UAE. I don't claim to be an expert on the UAE. Changing the camera. With Wikipedia, Manya, what I'll do is like what I just did there. What I'll try to do is I try to look up if, like I just mentioned a certain couple things it said, and then I looked up where those things were coming from. They will have in a typical Wikipedia article citations. So if it makes a claim, you can see where that claim is coming from, and you can go and look at the original document, and you can see what you think about the source. The UAE gained full independence from Britain in 1971, by the way. It has been independent for about a half a century, which is interesting. Anyways, I don't want to, just again, I don't want to act like I gave you a detailed expert summary of the UAE, because I did not. I am not an expert on it. I would encourage you to read more about it if you want to find out more about it. I'd like to read more about it and read more about its origins and stuff. I'm going to. But, so again, please do not take my remarks on it and my comments as a comprehensive picture of the UAE. Randy French says they are progressive in some areas. They have sponsored some very Western ideas. The Pope spoke to a packed stadium there. So there were 2 fires in the UAE tonight, and one in Bahrain at least. And the government said they had gotten these under control, and we don't know. The Bahrain one said it was at facilities. Bahrain said the fire was at facilities, and Abu Dhabi said that the 2 fires there were in the vicinity of the Khalifa economic zones. But I don't know what the fires were at. The specifics. Oh, looks like we have early warning. Oh, we have, are these missiles? Hold on, I think we have a missile warning here. What's this? Here, see? Was there a pre-alert or not? This is in southern Israel here, guys, look. Southern Israel. Beersheba, and other locations in southern Israel. Is Dimona under warning? Is it? I don't know. I'm looking here. Dimona right there. Yep. The Negev Nuclear Research Center is over here. It is not under warning. I don't know if they do a warning for that. Maybe maybe it could be under warning, but they don't post something there because nobody lives there. Maybe it's just the military who takes care of that. I don't know. Because these warnings are for people to take action. Launch. Some of our viewers claiming it's a launch from Yemen. IDF says launch from Yemen. Launch from Yemen. Breaking news. Breaking news. It's a launch from Yemen. Guys, this is a launch from Yemen. I just checked it. Some of our viewers said it. The IDF says it's a launch from Yemen. Breaking news. Launch from Yemen. Now, in the past, Houthis have launched many missiles at Israel, but I don't know if they've launched in this war at Israel. Breaking news. Breaking news. Is this the first one during this war? Wow. And again, the Houthis have in the past launched many missiles at Israel, but this may be the first time during this war they have, which would be a huge deal. Yep, that's what's being reported. That's what the IDF said. N12 News says it was intercepted. Because the Houthis threatened today to get involved in the war. Now, a really big question, I think bigger than whether they're launching missiles once in a while at Israel, is whether they start attacking shipping in the Red Sea. That would be a huge thing if they start attacking shipping in the Red Sea, the Houthis. But it seems like a really big deal. Al Jazeera says missile launches from Yemen were detected for the first time. That's what Al Jazeera says. They're saying it's the first time during the war. Yes, it is the... Manny Fabian just confirmed it. That it's the first Houthi attack on Israel during this war. So again, Houthis attack Israel for first time in the war. Missile launch. Breaking news. That's very big news. Yes, the IDF said it was from Yemen. This is directly from the IDF. They said it came from Yemen. And remember, the Houthis have in the past attacked shipping in the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia is currently shipping a lot of its oil out of the Red Sea because they can no longer ship it out of the Persian Gulf, which is up here, because the Persian Gulf is blocked because Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz here. Strait of Hormuz here. So Saudi Arabia has a pipeline that goes across the country. They're shipping much of their oil out through the Red Sea. But the Houthis could, in theory, start attacking shipping and not letting anything get out of the Red Sea. Specifically, there's the Bab al-Mandab Strait here. So if the Houthis decide to jump in and block off the Red Sea, then you have a significantly bigger oil crisis. And also it affects shipping. One of our viewers said transit times. Shipping that normally would go through here of everything would in theory have to go around, well, you could go around Africa, which I think adds like 10 days or something. But, anything that was going through here cannot go through, if they decide to jump in, would not be able to go, in theory, not be able to go through there anymore. Or they could severely cut down the amount of shipping going through there. But they had stayed out of the war until now. It was intercepted by air defenses. The IDF, Mandy Fabian reports, the IDF said they intercepted the missile. It is the first attack by the Houthis on Israel during the war. Big breaking news. Big breaking news. Wow. That's big news, guys. I'll have to see if we get a comment from the Houthis. Yeah, if the markets were open now, I think you might see the oil price going up. I need some more water. Big breaking news. Wow, I was not expecting that to come out of nowhere. Khan News Israel says for the first time in the Operation Lion's Roar, launches from Yemen towards Israel. Almog Boker, N12 News. I think he's with N12. Yes. For the first time since the start of the war, a missile was launched from Yemen. Mariv News Israel. For the first time in the war, launches from Yemen towards southern Israel. I remember, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, there was a while when fighting was going on in Gaza that in support, well, was it Gaza or Hezbollah? During the last few years, there were times when the Houthis were regularly launching, a missile here, a missile there at Israel. It's not that they've never launched a missile at Israel before. It's that they had not done it during this conflict. They had threatened to get involved, but they had not done it. Five injured in the fires. Five injured from the missile attacks in Abu Dhabi by Iran, which the UAE is claiming that they shot down the missiles and that there was missile debris, which I cannot confirm. Oh, they say they shot down a missile and there was a fall of debris. Where is this? Hold on. Ranging from moderate to minor. I just have to get some. Let me get some water. Let me just refill my water. Hold on one moment. The Houthis in Yemen have attacked Israel for the first time in the war. Wow. The Iranian state media says that the Houthis have not yet officially responded to this claim that they launched the missile. We're waiting to see if the Houthis make a statement. That's what I'm waiting to see. What are the Houthis going to say about this? Our viewer Frito P thinks the war is much longer than most expected. Hold on, I might have. AFP had an article recently, Houthis threaten to join Mideast war, raising specter of renewed Red Sea attacks. We had read a statement early in the broadcast from the Houthis from Friday where they said that they had their finger on the trigger of a military response if various conditions were met. One was an escalation against Iran. But They also mentioned that earlier a Houthi official had told Reuters that the Houthis, whose attacks on the Red Sea caused international shipping and trade chaos during the Israeli-Hamas war in Gaza, stood ready to strike the Red Sea again in solidarity with Iran. If the Houthis open a new front in the conflict, AFP said one obvious target would be the Bab al-Mandeb Strait off the coast of Yemen, a key shipping choke point and narrow passageway that controls sea traffic toward the Suez Canal after Iran has shut the Strait of Hormuz. The Red Sea route, which is on the other side of Saudi Arabia as the Persian Gulf Strait of Hormuz route, is one of the world's most important routes for global seaborne commodity shipments, particularly crude oil and fuel from the Gulf bound for the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal or the Sumed pipeline on Egypt's Red Sea coast, as well as commodities bound for Asia, including Russian oil. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is 18 miles wide at its narrowest point, limiting traffic to 2 channels for inbound and outbound shipments. The Houthis, whose slogan calls for death to America, death to Israel, and a curse on the Jews, says AFP, began attacking Israel and maritime traffic in November 2023, a month after the October 7th Hamas massacre. Amid ceasefires between Israel and Hamas, the Houthis held their fire. In all, the Houthis launched over 130 ballistic missiles and dozens of explosive-laden drones at Israel. So will they now start launching attacks in the Red Sea? Huge possibility now. Again, no statement. Oh, maybe we'll just do a poll on this. Will the Houthis attack shipping in the Red Sea? Because we haven't done a poll yet. We can do that one. By the way, quick thanks to Magna Carta USA. Thank you, Magna Carta USA. And Mario Castaneda. Thanks, Mario, for being a member. Thanks, Tiberius Rex, who said... Now, Tiberius claims that, I don't know this myself. Tiberius says Lufthansa, British Airways, and Maersk Shipping ended routes to Israel due to Yemen's missiles during the 12-day war after Trump said they capitulated. This I don't know. That's what Tiberius Rex is saying. That's about last year. Thanks, Tiberius Rex, for your support. Thanks, LARNCM. Thank you, Tim Robbins, for being a member. Thanks, Heavenly Intervention. Yes, Dimona is a city. Dimona, Heavenly Intervention says there are 40,000 people there. What I said about I don't know if I said anything about Dimona before. What I said is it's near the nuclear research facility. We covered the missile hit in Dimona a few days ago. Yeah, about 39,000, 40,000 people there. Thank you, Heavenly Intervention. Thank you, Mr. Pickles. Thank you, Tim Robbins. Thank you. who says defense contractors have agreed to increase missile production by 4 times. You're talking about the Tomahawk missiles? I don't know if they specifically talked about what was promised in terms of ramping up production for that particular item. The Washington Post said, this administration has convened meetings on the issue, inviting executives from numerous defense contractors to the White House. Trump said on social media that companies had agreed to quadruple production of exquisite class weaponry. Now, I don't know if that includes Tomahawk missiles. I don't know, if they did. If they did, I don't know what practically that will end up as resulting in terms of increase in Tomahawk missile production. I don't know that we have any kind of firm, detailed timeline about Tomahawk missile production increases at this point. Thank you, though, for mentioning that. Tim Robbins. Thank you, Tim, for your support. Evan Big Price, thanks for being a member. And thanks also to where did it go? Grant74P, thanks for subscribing. Thanks Warlord Good for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Crankin Dat for subscribing on Twitch, and EJ Rod for subscribing on Twitch. Let's do a quick poll, which is, will the Houthis start attacking shipping in the Red Sea? Yes or no? We'll do the graphic in a second. Thanks for reminding me. Here it is. Look at this. Look at this. There we go. There you go. Is there a time frame? Well, that's a good question. I mean, I guess I would say in this war, not 20 years from now, in this war. Okay, let's look at what people had to say. Over on YouTube, we have 84% say yes. Wow. 84% say yes in YouTube. That would be a huge thing if it happened. I think we're closer to it happening now because they've already attacked Israel now. Oops. Let me just move this up a little bit. Over on Facebook, it is at 79% say yes. Over on Twitch, it is at 85% say yes on Twitch. It's all pretty close. Oops. Somehow I didn't get the whole comment in. Let's try this again, or the whole question in there. There it is. 85% Twitch, 84% YouTube. That's a really big deal. The Houthis are in Yemen. Austin Batman thinks the war enters a new phase. Harper Ann says the weekend could be interesting. I wonder if them attacking Israel is kind of like, okay, this is the last step before we attack the Red Sea shipping, U.S. and Israel. Darcy Lowe thinks they're already probably attacking the Red Sea shipping. All right, so I'm going to wrap up the poll, but thanks for voting. Pretty tight between 1% difference between Facebook and Twitch. I mean, between Twitch and YouTube. On Facebook, it ended up being 81%. Very close on our various platforms. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Thug Aim, Wall Street and Shaggy, N. Thanks for subscribing over there. Grant 74P, Warlord Gord, Crankin, EJ Rob, Buy Your Own, Cesarone, Canadian Till the NVO, Sleeping Kisa, My Mind Spray, LCS Fox, N. Running Kings, Judge Hat. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there and our YouTube members. Shout out to our YouTube members, people like Enigmatic, MF, The Bro Bowl, Evelyn in Maine, Euromist Fanatics, Matcha Morrigan, The Knights Palace, Bernard Tapey, VC Gamer, Citizen X, The Bro Bowl, Harper Ann, thanks for being Tiberius Rex, thanks for being members, Austin Batman, Mona EFT, Mario Castaneda, Marin Go Bra, Echo Park Mom. Oh, thanks, Rob PZ, for your support. Rob says, at least we will have Donald Trump's signature on our money soon as this global crisis unfolds. Thank you to Evelyn in Maine. Oh, so I said that already. Occupy 49er for being a member. Nola Ape. Juice Jangles, Kitsachi, Knights Palace, Citizen X13, Sloppy Joe, thanks for being members. Christian Nicole, VC Gamer, Roger Shoemaker, Beagle Barn, Bunker Buster, that guy from that thing, Mike J, El Anna, Lola Page, Harper Ann, Matcha Morrigan, Dobie Needs New Socks. Shout out to our members, Danielle Klingenberg, Tim Robbins, Nate Pad, Paula Faust. Thanks, members. Also, thank you to hang on a moment. Give me one moment. A couple more people I want to thank. Thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands, who says, awake too early. From the Netherlands, thanks for joining us, Lidwine Elizabeth. Also our new member, LKP LLC. Drone alert. Where is this? Drone alert in northern Israel. You could see drones come from Yemen too, but this is from northern Israel. This is from Lebanon, presumably. Hey, thanks, Chili Lime. I do not drink coffee. I don't drink coffee, Chili Lime. But thank you. I appreciate it, Chili Lime. Our viewer Stefan L. thinks the Iranians saw how hard it is to actually pierce the shield of Israel, so they decided to change their strategy. They need to keep Israel on their toes, and on that front, lower count, but higher frequency is perfect. You disturb people's sleep schedule, you interrupt their work as such. That's what Stefan says. Less missile means it's harder to locate the launcher too. Yeah, a couple of that's the article was saying that as well too. Thanks, Stefan, for writing it. Stefan says with cluster missile, it is also able to more effectively overwhelm the missile defense of Israel. Well, there is that thing where we were reading about this before. With the cluster missiles, if you don't shoot them down high up, once they break open, from what I understand, you can't shoot down the submunitions. Thanks, Stefan. Black Irish said there is what he believes is an Iranian propaganda account claiming that U.S. Marines were captured on Karg Island. Some of our viewers were mentioning this claim. As I said earlier, I have not seen it anywhere. So maybe the one that Black Irish said is the account is the one people are seeing. I don't know. But again, I have not seen that anywhere. Nowhere. Except in our chat from a couple of people. I just saw a post from OSINT Technical, which reminded me to do something. We should look at marine traffic again. Let's look at marine traffic, guys. All right, so we've been looking at the Strait of Hormuz, where traffic has really almost come to a complete standstill through the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping cannot get out of the Persian Gulf for the most part, right? So we've talked about that. But there's on the other side of Saudi Arabia, we have the Red Sea, and we have Yemen down here, and we have the Bab al-Mandab Strait right here. And look at all these ships in the Red Sea right now shipping. There's the Suez Canal up here. Am I getting this right? Right there? Suez Canal. There you go. But will the Houthis start attacking shipping in the Red Sea? A lot of ships going back and forth in there. Coming out, just going right past Yemen. Here, let me go back and do the other map. Light map. There's Yemen. Why don't they name the countries on this? There we go. There's Yemen right there. Yemen. What would oil go to if the Houthis started attacking shipping in the Red Sea? Joey says 200. NOI committee says 150. I didn't even realize Bitcoin dropped a bit hours ago. I had no idea. It's about at 66, above about 66,300 now or something like that. But it dropped a bunch. Dropped a couple times, but roughly between early, afternoon yesterday. I don't know. I have no idea why, but anyways. I was looking to see if there was any activity on it, big swings with the Yemen news. I don't see any. Still no statement from the Houthis about the missile fired at Israel. Maybe they'll kind of downplay it. Maybe the Houthis will say something like, oh, we don't know who fired it, even though it's clear they fired it. Maybe they'll just say nothing. Oops, hang on a moment here. Marinetraffic.com is the marine tracker I was showing you. Marinetraffic, all one word, .com. What am I hearing? Why am I hearing noise now? Something got louder all of a sudden. What was it? Oh, I think I know what it was. Sorry. Let's see. I think I like this shot better of there. Hold on, let's figure this out. Why is this not working? Oh, I see. There we go. Again, the oil markets are not open for 2 days. Hey, guys, check this out. One of the viewers just mentioned this too. Thank you. AFP is reporting, according to Javier Blas. Javier is with Bloomberg, but he says AFP is reporting that Thailand has reached a deal with Iran to allow Thai tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know what the deal is. It's interesting. Makes me think of a couple things. First of all, is Thailand paying Iran for this, right? That's one thing. A second thought I have is, so can the Houthis use a deal like this, not the Houthis, can Iran use a deal like this and say, hey, look, see, it's really not closed. We just made a deal. It's not closed, you know? So it's an interesting question, but I wonder what the deal is. Prototype thinks Thailand is paying. A bunch of people in the chat thinks Thailand is paying. So again, AFP is reporting that Thailand announced they have made a deal to allow Thai oil tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And I did see this for the Thai government. The Thai government posted 4 minutes ago saying that Thailand's prime minister was apologizing at a press conference today for oil price mismanagement during the Middle East crisis. He admits the government misjudged the conflict's length. They are now shifting focus to protect vulnerable groups and low-income citizens. So it looks like the government was under a lot of pressure to do something about the situation in Thailand. Now they've announced reaching some deal with Iran. I wonder what the deal was. Also, does their making a deal with Iran legitimize what Iran reportedly, what Secretary of State Rubio said is that Iran wants to collect a toll in the future on all the ships going through the strait. So does some kind of deal like this legitimize, give legitimacy, does Iran think, to that goal of theirs? Illegal thinks Iran is about to make money. Kranken says, desperate gamble for money, they won't control the strait forever. Yeah, the color is a bit funky on this. My color, it's a little strange. I think my skin tone is a little pale than it normally is in real life. It's again, I'm in Chicago right now for a conference, so I'm in the portable studio. So it looks a little different than it normally would. I could mess with the color, but I don't want to necessarily mess with it right now. No, I've been looking at it. It's just difficult. The light actually changes, and here where I am right now, the light changes during the day too. So there's all of that, you know. I don't know if there's an easy way I can adjust it like quickly, but usually when it's not that adjusting it can, it just, let's see here. If I do this, I don't know if that's going to work. Let's see here. What if I do this? Then I have a little more color there. I think the shirt's a little weird though. So it's like you get, you know. Is that any better? A little bit? What do you think? A little bit better? I'm honestly not that pale. Is that a little better? Some people say yes, some say no. I'll leave it like this. I'll leave it like this for now. I made a small change. A small change. It was a small change. No, we're not going to keep messing with it. Let's go back to the live shot. You know, I didn't realize this. Bloomberg said that this. Hang on a moment. I want to mention this. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds here. There was a Thai ship that was hit by Iran earlier this in the war, and it was on fire. It was burning. That ship has run aground after drifting for weeks in the Strait of Hormuz, and there are 3 crew members still missing. It ran aground on an Iranian island, Bloomberg reported. Will there be a statement today from the Houthis about joining the war against Israel? Camera moving. Camera is moving. Hey, thank you, by the way, to Atlanta City in Georgia. Yeah, so I'm not going to do separate coverage of No Kings protest tomorrow because I'm planning to cover the war tomorrow. If there's something particularly, I don't want to say it's not a newsworthy, the protest, but if there's something like extremely newsworthy besides just the fact of the protest going on, then maybe we'll have some coverage. But we're going to be focusing on the war coverage. But again, I'll keep an eye on it, is what I'll say. So I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much to Atlanta City in Georgia. I appreciate it. Also, Jari Pekalaho in Finland. Jari Pekalaho. I appreciate that. Thanks for watching from Finland. Also, Wasteland Warrior, thanks for being a member. Thanks, and thanks to everybody who's been watching the stream. I was just playing the last, a viewer wrote to me about the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and it gave me the idea to kind of replay the last 4 hours on, why can I not see? I'm doing the playback for the last 4 hours. Try this again. In the Red Sea, in the Bab al-Mandab Strait. It's weird though. It's like, what is wrong with the zoom into level 8 or more for more area playback? I was just trying to see if anything changed over there, but I didn't really notice anything. I feel like, why am I not seeing all of the ships on the playback? What am I doing wrong? Maybe I need to set more time. See, there's a lot of ships there. That's what it looks like right now. But I was trying to do a playback. Okay, playback, custom. Let's do 12 hours. 8 hours or whatever it is. Play. Move the map to the target area. Click on the target when you're ready to go live. Okay, so this is the playback from marine traffic of the last 8 hours. Okay, we're about 4 hours in. Maybe it's not playing ships if they're not going for... I feel like we're missing some ships on this playback. For some reason, I feel like the playback is not capturing all the ships. Why isn't it getting them from up here? You see some ships coming in on the right. Maybe they turn off when going through here? I don't know. Because if I just kill the playback, then you can see all these ships here. Oh, maybe some of them you can't track? I don't know. Maybe there's some weird thing with some of these where when they go through here, they turn off their transpond. I don't know. It's actually not that many. See, some of them just say tank cargo vessel. Or, this vessel is out of range, it says. You would need I think you would need, some of these ships you would need like the $1,000 a month plan to track going through there, I guess. Anyways, I couldn't tell anything amiss in my amateur view on the last 8 hours of tracking, but we'll see what happens. Al Jazeera says Tehran's Amir Kabir University appears to have suffered significant damage in airstrikes overnight. Amir Kabir University in Tehran. I'll post a link in the chat. Well, I haven't heard an explanation of that. If it was the university, maybe the Israeli military thought there was a military target there. I don't know. Buckminster says, is it a terrorist university? Hey, thanks to Guadalupe Tovar, our member. Guadalupe Tovar, thank you. What is going to be the response? How is it going to play out with the Houthis now launching a missile at Israel? The headline right now on Times of Israel is joining war, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis launch missile attack on southern Israel. That is the headline on Times of Israel. No, I think there was one missile, and I believe it got shot down. I actually have a live shot of Kuwait City. There's nothing really going on there, but I might put it on anyway. Should I put the live on from... We never get a live from Kuwait City. I'm going to post the live from Kuwait City. I'll show it in a second. Bernard says, I want to see. What did I do here? All right, hold on. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's Kuwait City. Hey, look, it's Kuwait City. I'm going to make this big for a second. Check this out. We got Kuwait City. Oh, I didn't even put a comma between Beirut and Tel Aviv before. That's something. What's the volume like from Kuwait? What's the sound like from there? Got any sound from Kuwait City? Can you hear a little sound from Kuwait City? AV says those are some. A video man says those are some super clean lines. I saw some sort of, is it a rocket alert or something? About 3.5 million people live in Kuwait City. There is a drone alert in northern Israel, near the border. Right, let me put Kuwait City up on the top there, just to do it, just for a little switch. The crane is moving, someone said. Is it? There's also a rocket alert in Israel near the Sea of Galilee. I don't know. Anyways, we'll put it back up there. A reminder, Kuwait is up here. There is Kuwait at the top of the Persian Gulf. There's Kuwait City on the water. Kuwait next to Iraq, next to Saudi Arabia, right near Iran. You have Kuwait and then Iraq here for about how long? About 10 miles of Iraq coastline, and then Iran. Haruna Q says Kuwait is super small. So we're at this situation where, like, right this second, I don't have big updates for you, but this is a delicate situation in the war now with the Houthis having launched a missile at Israel. If they jump in, and start attacking Red Sea shipping, that would be a huge deal. The missile apparently was shot down. Miss says this could pull the Saudis in that are using the Red Sea. Thanks so much to the Moom for being a member for 39 months. I have not seen any White House comment about the Houthi missile fired at Israel. What do we think? Should we give it a few more minutes, and then after a few minutes I can wrap up, but then if something huge happens I can come back on the air. There's nothing stopping me from coming back on the air if something huge happens. If I heard that the Houthis were attacking Red Sea shipping, I would come on the air. My being asleep would stop me. In theory, although some people have my number. So if they see something happening and they're awake, they can call me. You just don't know when things are going to happen. It's just, you can't really predict it. I can say a couple thank yous now, and then we can see where we're at when I'm done with the thank yous. Maybe the Houthis will fire another missile today at Israel. I was really hoping to get a statement from them, but I'm sure we'll get a statement at some point, but I haven't seen it yet. Nothing yet. The Moom thinks Iran has set a precedent to charge for shipping. Thanks, the Moom. Also, Phil Prepper, thanks for being a member. And TE88 gave 5 more memberships. Hey, thanks, TE88. That's very nice of you. Also, thanks, Casa, for being a member. Why don't we say a few thank yous now? And then when I'm done with the normal end of the stream stuff, we'll see where we're at. If there's nothing going on by the time I finish the end of the stream stuff, we'll wrap up the stream. But I can always come back on the air and do another stream if something big happens. As I mentioned, if I see that the Houthis are attacking shipping in the Red Sea, I'm going to come back on the air. But I really appreciate everybody watching the stream. Hey, we were able to do it. It took me a little while to get set up here on the road, but we were able to do it. That's good. Hopefully that continues. So I really appreciate you being here. We're going to be having more coverage, obviously, as things develop. Oh, thanks to Pasta Sosta gave 5 people memberships from Pasta Sosta. Make sure you thank Pasta Sosta or somebody else if they gave you a membership or subscription. So we'll have more coverage, but I really appreciate people tuning in. I really appreciate a lot of people have been sending me updates, giving me updates in the chat, letting me read your comments and questions. So thanks for participating in the broadcast. If you'd like, you can subscribe to the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would recommend you turn on our notifications because you never know when there's going to be some big news and I'm going to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss live coverage, if you don't want to miss any of the breaking news coverage, we have a free notification system. It works great. You sign up once, you get sent a notification whenever we go live in advance. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the sign up to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But make sure you sign up for those notifications so you don't miss breaking news coverage here. Also, huge shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. They are the ones keeping the chat respectful and civil and under control. Ruth is here. Oh my gosh, Ruth is still here. Thank you, Ruth. We've had Ruth here on YouTube and Roberts May Queen and Beth Mythical and Leslie Lady Hawk and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thank you. We've had our Twitch moderators tonight. Like I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, and all of our Twitch moderators. Thank you, our Facebook moderators. Oops, I never did this. Kayla Ribati, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder. Thank you. Linda Belklary and Misha on X2. Thanks for all of our moderators. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who contributed to the channel, for all your support of the channel. That is so nice of you guys. I owe a thank you, by the way. I didn't thank Latium on Twitch for subscribing and Lonely Campbell for subscribing. Oh no, and Soft Rugs. I missed that too. Soft Rugs, Lonely Campbell, and Latium. Thank you for subscribing. Thanks everybody else for your support. Everybody who supported the channel tonight. That is so nice of you. That is how this channel stays on the air, is your support. So huge thanks to you for supporting. Letting the channel exist. Another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, follow us on X, Agenda Free TV. I always give you a heads up there before we're going live. I also, what else do? I post updates about the channel there. at Agenda Free TV on X. Oh, I'll also post on my personal X account when about breaking news. I'll definitely be posting updates over there. You can follow me for X on breaking news at Lookner. Okay, now I do want to mention our Discord chat. We have a free chat on Discord. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And thanks so much to our Discord mods who mod over in the Discord chat. Check that out if you haven't, if you want. And also, turn on I have the volume still on from Kuwait. I have no volume from Beirut, but the volume from Kuwait. Probably should have some volume from both. Also, hey, if you watch on YouTube, I would turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. For the YouTube notifications, what you got to do, it's a little tricky. Oopsie. What you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel, and then you click on the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, then just make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. Shout out to our Facebook, oopsie, what am I doing? Oh, we're good, we're good. Shout out to our Facebook moderators. And I said our moderators. Our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Dolly Clark, and Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Brian Daviow. Hey, thanks Khalid Mohammed for watching too. Mahomet. No. Khalid, my brain has stopped working. It's Khalid Mahmoud. That's what it says, not Muhammad or Muhammad. It says Khalid Mahmoud. This is what happens when it gets late. My brain stops working. Thanks Juliana Martin for subscribing on Facebook. Emily Turton, I think it was. Not Emily, it's Fawn Turton. Like I said, my brain has stopped working. Thank you, Fawn Turton, for subscribing, and all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much. Latium, Lovely Campbell. I think I said Lonely Campbell. It's Lovely Campbell. Look, this is what happens. Sorry, Lovely Campbell. Strong One, Sleeping Kisa, Seed Music, Jack's Animals, Holistic, Wall Street Shaggy. Thank you for subscribing. Chi-Town Bear. Oh, Chi-Town Bear, I read about that, the Garrett's popcorn. I'll try to get some. Canadian, Till the End, Vio, Seed Music, Bill Huang, Stunned in the North, Strong One, Digital Communist. I'm not anticipating having that much time here to go around the city. Probably going to be most of my stay here is going to be doing this coverage and then going to the conference when I get a chance. Random Dan, thanks for subscribing. N. Bretsky, Kacha Runs. Thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. And we have a drone alert in northern Israel. I'll keep an eye on this while I'm wrapping up. I'll check into that. Let me thank our YouTube members, and then I'll look into that. Hey, thanks to Did I thank Bernard Tapey? Thanks, Bernard Tapey. I appreciate that. Thanks again to our members. CAC, Evelyn and Main Taste, Vim, Platinum, Dose, Pasta Salsa, Wendy M, Turned Off, Vanilla Coke, UV Lightning, Occupy 49er, Haruna Q, Gary Baines, Zane, Isaiah, Taste, Vim, Bunker Buster, all of these YouTube members, thank you. Thanks to some of our other viewers like Eric the Actor, Chef John Arthur, Paul Chavelas, Dubsy Dabster, Big Possum, Honey Badger, See ya laters. Thanks Golabki for the recommendation. Thanks for watching Gary Jones. Dolly Clark. Thanks, Dolly, for being a member again, or being a subscriber. Thanks for watching, Dolly. And Janet Erica Bataglieri. Thank you for watching. Ann Spencer, thanks for watching. Thanks, Intrinsic, for watching. Jay Gubia, thank you for watching. Mechanical Melee. 420 Aquafina. Einherji. Full Moon Plutonium, thank you for watching. All right, I think it's time, but let me just see what's going on. I see some alerts, drone and rocket alerts in northern Israel. Now it's just drone alerts in northern Israel. But anyways, hey, there's a bird on the owl cam at Intel cams. There is a bird on the owl cam at Intel cams. Just letting you know that there's a bird there. All right, well, again, I know there's going to be more news with this war. We'll be covering it. But I don't think I have anything big for you right now. I'm looking, guys. Ooh, hold on one second. Oh, Masira? Nope. I don't see anything from Houthi Media. Don't see anything from them yet. We'll have to wait and see what they say over there at the Houthi Media channel. All right, it is time, guys. So I'm wrapping up the stream. Again, I really appreciate you being here. We will have more coverage. And if there's big news overnight, I can always come back on the air. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.